He'll do it all himself. Flushes come out as well, and turn around. Are you serious?
Blue 12 clean with it. It should be an easy sweep. Coming in though from inside to save the day. That's an easy one with the Flowey. Oh, this is good. This is great. Second last is better than last. And Suspect will put the all to good use. The P90 sharp though from Nan. He's actually the only one left, and he gets the double. But he grows up, eventually spotted. I don't know. What a firing shot from the water, my friend. That was strong. It is the final night of the PUBG Challenger Rumble here for 2024 Stage 1. We've got 6 games remaining to determine which 3 teams are going to move forward from PCR into the PGS APAC Qualifiers. Once again, join Russell. We got a big night tonight.
We have a fantastic night tonight. We pegged last night as the do or die night, but if anything, tonight really is that final moment. That top 3 will be solidified.
Yeah, now for those a little bit unfamiliar, as always, we kick the show off with the tournament explainer. Of course, we are into what is considered the grand finals, final stage, the final 16 from what was originally a bunch of open qualifiers. Now here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble, which is essentially rest of Southeast Asia coupled with Oceania. Of course, then the top 3 make their way into the PGS APAC Phase 1 open qualifiers, if you will. But it's all open, which is really good at the end of the day. That means that anyone, of course, can join in, try and make this run. But it's a hell of a gauntlet, Russell.
It's an incredibly, I mean, it's a rough gauntlet having to go through qualifier on qualifier on qualifier. But at the end of the day, the thing we need to remind ourselves of is that top 3 placement. Top 1 goes straight through to the next qualifier, but they go straight through the grand finals of that next qualifier, the APAC qualifier for PGS. And then 2 and 3 go through to the playoffs. So if you're 2 and 3, even though you qualify through, you still got another qualifier to play for. So it's crazy.
In terms of the prize pool for the PUBG Challenger Rumble, $10,000 USD. Top 3 walking away with the lion's share of said prize pool, along with, of course, those qualifiers into the PGS APAC Qual. So it does mean, you know, 4th to 8th, it's a little bit of a commiseration bonus. You get something. But arguably, you're missing out on the biggest prize of all, which is, of course, that qualification path into the PGS APAC Quals, plus that higher end of the money. So it really does kind of feel like top 3 or bust as we go to the leaderboard. Of course, 2 days of action has already played out, 12 matches of the 18, which has set us up nicely. Team Bliss well and truly on top. So on top that those at Liquipedia have already put them into the PGS APAC Quals. I don't know what the numbers they've ran. I don't know if they're locked in or not, but they're basically there, let's be real. From the future, Archangel Predator, they occupy spot 2 and 3 though, Russell.
Yes, and we'll talk about Extraordinaire and Panic in a moment, but that's our top 3 right now. Incredibly close between 3 and 5, all within 3 points of each other, which is insane going into the final night. It's exactly what we want. We can't really ignore the possibility of FTF climbing that 30-point gap and making it to first if Team Bliss have a bad night and FTF have a good night. There are a couple teams, however, that we kind of have to put a line through, as you put beautifully. I mean, you look at that right side of the leaderboard, there's not many chances for them unless they have a miraculous night. The last team that we've kind of discussed potentially has a chance to make it into that top 3 if they have a seriously good night is Thrust, but in fairness, they're only 8 points away from Zen in 7th. So miraculous nights needed from basically everyone outside of that top 5, top 6.
Yeah, I would definitely say Thrust is very much on that threshold. If they go and have a super fantastic night, they could mathematically still do it, but it's going to have to be said super fantastic night, and probably also those above them having a bit of a poor night. Now, the 2 teams, though, arguably that have the best shot of getting into the top 3 that are not currently in the top 3, Maven, Extraordinaire, and along with Panic Esports. We'll go to Maven first, though, for Extraordinaire, and of course, this is a team that I think has gotten better as the tournament has gone on. Not necessarily insinuating they started slow, Russ, but I do feel like we're starting to see the best of this team more towards the back end of the stage. Now, having a quick look at the Liquipedia, their first 4 games, they didn't really net that many points, top 4 finishes, and only once got over 5 kills in the opening 4 games. Since then, 3rd, 4th, 1st, 4th, 4th, 1st, and a bunch of kills as well. So they've really stepped up their points per game after night 1.
They've certainly warmed up, and there's been a couple highlight plays from How, and Kai, and I swear Murayama is the last one alive every time we look at them. I haven't looked at his personal stats, but I swear he's always in that clutch position.
Yep. Panic Esports is the other one, for those a little bit unfamiliar. And we are talking about some very fine margins for both of these 2 teams. They are very close to that 3rd place, 2 and 3 points respectively. Panic being the 3, of course, Lightwork, also known as RIP. This has been a team that has obviously had ups and downs. They've only made top 3, Russ, 4 times so far through the 12 games, which isn't necessarily bad, but in comparison to the top 4 teams, it's actually quite off the mark.
Yeah.
And yet they had a 12-kill win, an 8-kill 3rd place, a 9-kill 3rd place, and a 5-kill 2nd place. So when they do well, they do very well in terms of that point in the game basis. But in terms of their point per game basis, it can be a little bit skewed because they end up dropping, say, a 15 and 1 kill, or a 13th and 1 kill, or an 11th and 1 kill. That is something that Panic are a little bit capable of. And so that means through the 6 games that do play out tonight, they need to avoid that as much as possible.
feel like that's been Panic's problem, right? Is getting to that late game. When they do put themselves in that late game, I mean, the stats show it. They seem to pop off. But every time we see them on rotates, it feels like we're getting a little bit nervous because we know that if they lose 1 or 2 on that rotate, then they're just in for that really rough 0 to 1 point game that we've seen from them many, many times before. But hopefully they can figure out some sort of consistency. It's night 3, so if they haven't figured out the lobby by now, then I don't really put them in with a shot. But they've done it already before, so I'm certain Panic will still be a competitor tonight.
Yeah, now in terms of the map schedule, it has been moving and shaking a little bit throughout the tournament, but it's all back to normal here for the final night, because yesterday we started off with Miramar and kind of flipped it a little bit. Well, it flips back now, so we end up the way we started, which is 2 games of Erangel followed by Tago Vikendi, and then we close on Miramar, which I think is a really nice way to kind of close off this tournament. And again, a reminder, this is the final night. Yeah, day 3, that's it. It's been a short weekend. It's gone by pretty quickly. It's very difficult, and that's why we say back on day 1 for these teams and players, Russ, like, you don't get that many opportunities. You don't get that many chances. Those games in which you drop 0 points or 1 point, they add up pretty quickly. And before you know it, you're sitting there going like, oh, we're like 30, 40 points behind with like 6 games to go. That is incredibly difficult. And so, you know, as we go into this final map schedule, those that have obviously been doing well on Erangel only get 2 more chances. There's been a couple of teams that have kind of been probably better on Erangel and better on Miramar. We don't have the raw statistics probably up here, but I think from gut feel and that eye test, there's been a couple. But nevertheless, you're going to have to get points basically in almost every single game tonight with the way the top 3 has been playing. If you are a Panic, if you are an Extraordinaire, and certainly if you're a Thrust, you basically need to be winning games at this point.
Yeah, I'll get those specific map stats up in a second. I'll go to Twilight, or you can do it now. But one of these narratives that I really like is the Miramar one, because I feel like every time we end on Miramar, it's one of those really harsh maps to end on with all those massive unplayable barriers to get through. So potentially ending on Miramar could be quite spicy, or it could be quite abrupt, really.
Yep, certainly could be. All right, pre-show done. We'll get some of those stats and more after the break when we kick off the final night here of the PUBG Challenger Rumble. 6 games to be played to determine which teams go forward in the PGS qualifiers here for APAC. Stay tuned, don't go too far. Back shortly with game 1.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tago. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hey guys, this is Cal from EXO. We're going to review a clip from PCR 2. We're going to do it from day 1. It's match 5 on Miramar, and I hope you guys enjoy. So for the most part, like when I'm in this situation, I'm in this scenario and I've got my teammates all around me on the south and I've got Hakeman across to the warehouse in front. These guys have kind of put themselves in a weird position in C2 where I have an opportunity to use the Dragunov, which is a pretty new, pretty busted weapon. Does a lot of damage if you're landing headshots. And for some reason, that's what I was doing this game. I just kind of didn't stop landing headshots and taking out lots of players of VIP here, making it really uncomfortable for them to play these buildings. And I end up getting, I think, about 4 or 5 knocks during this and a couple of flushes here coming in. And I remember actually having a clip of their POV and they were none too impressed. And I can see why, because that would have been really annoying. I got their POV of that later and they were fuming at each other.
Do you use more smokes on this? You have to. I mean, Tazzy is manpower is valuable. Yeah, you're in the center, but you want to get this guy up. He's so close to you.
They're like, what the f is happening? You said this is a safe res. That's not a safe res, you idiot. It's like so funny. It's great.
You may as well use all of your resources if you have to, just to get him up. Hiker's position is so bad for VIP right now. They run out on that north, they're exposed. They run out, they're exposed to Cal. The SVD, he's not going to let them get away with that. This guy is a nuisance. He's soloed like 3 different teams.
Good to have Waikiki Mid Count back in here, of course, for PCR Stage 1 2024. He and his team obviously doing exceptionally well through the first 2 nights. For Team Bliss, though, Russ, it really is just all about 10 points or something. You don't want to capitulate, get 0, and suddenly gets dicey by game 6. But mathematically, it's almost impossible to see them missing out on top 3. But mathematically, they obviously have got the first place that they've got to worry about.
Yes, I mean, that, like we mentioned at the start, if FTF manage a fantastic night, break that gap of 30 points, then Bliss have to start worrying. But the thing about Bliss is that they seem to always just get that 6-kill game, right? They seem to always be up there no matter what. That's one of the things that Cal praised these guys for when he explained why he joined them, was because they're not afraid to take fights. They're not afraid to get in situations where maybe it's a little bit hairy and pick up those six points or so and just give them that consistency. So it's been fantastic from them so far, which is going to make it incredibly hard for FTF to even think about catching up to them.
Yeah, interesting philosophy, of course. Team Bliss, probably not too many eyes on them tonight. From the future, 113 points, AAP 95 points. So, I mean, if you're from the future, you're feeling pretty safe, right? I think there's probably little debate as to whether or not they may drop out of the top 3. They've got, what, 20-something points gap, 6 games to go. In terms of what would have to happen for From the Future to miss out on top 3, they would have to probably, first 3-4 games, pick up something like 10 points. And then it's about, Panic, Extraordinaire, they're picking up the points, same with AAP. And that's the only world in which I could see them in some real trouble. As long as From the Future keep going at their point per game basis, they don't really stall out, I think they're going to be more than fine. So as we head into game 1 and we head into the final night overall, the large focus is very much on spot 3. AAP, Extraordinaire, Panic. Those are the 3 teams that we have got magnified coming into this game and the remaining games. Now, I did go and have a quick look in terms of the Erangel statistics. Panic Esports has been the best team on Erangel so far this tournament, 51 points, which is over half their points coming on just this map alone, which now in the past wouldn't sound so bad, but you've got to take into account there's Tago, there's Vikendi, there's Miramar. So if you're getting half your points just from Erangel, and there's only 2 Erangels to go, you're going to have to, 1, make the most of your Erangels, and then 2, probably pick up the performances over on the other 4 games remaining after this. So something to keep note of there for Panic. Maybe an Extraordinaire, also pretty good on Erangel, but not overly reliant.
Yeah, it's a little bit honestly worrying for Panic if that's if they have this much emphasis on just one map, and it makes me wonder whether or not their kind of macro game plan going into Tago, Vikendi, and ultimately Miramar is something that they need to reconsider, because I feel like they obviously want to try and get central as much as possible, and we've seen them lose players on rotates, which can happen quite often on those tertiary maps, and of course Miramar too, with all those harsh barriers to get around. But on Erangel, it's a lot more manageable because you've got some dense forests and some nice rotate paths to get through. We've got a hot drop in Yasnaya Poliana. Zen up against Odium. Do Odium have 4 tonight? It looks like they do, which is good. They are still in 16th, and there's certainly a line through them, but it's nice to at least have that fourth member in to save some dignity, have a good night, just kind of give yourself that little bit of confidence going into the rest of the year.
Yeah, as we head over to Odium, I mean, it should go without saying, those that maybe missed yesterday's broadcast, they did play as a 3-man the entire night. Unfortunately, they were unable to get a singular point, so they only stole the 8 points from night 1. It's been, yeah, a bit of a travesty of a performance for, I honestly think, a team that's got some real good talent. You think of Big Boy Mac of Repugnance. I know he missed yesterday. Invis has also been around a long time. Not as familiar with the Disher. But, you know, to be dead last, 8 points, something I certainly would not have expected for Odium. It's certainly been quite a startling result. I mean, there's last, and then there's last on 8 points. You know, if they're last on, say, 35 points and it's close by to immunity and boomies, that's a little bit different. That's a different narrative. But last on 8 points. Same with for Refine Clan as well, 12 points too. So unfortunately, those two haven't quite been able to get any kind of momentum going in this lobby throughout the tournament. 6 games to, you know, maybe patch up some form or whatnot. But, you know, it's really difficult to play these games when you know full well you can't make top 8 and you can't make top 3. What are you really playing for?
Yeah, that's the other thing we kind of have to keep an eye out for going into at least the last few games of tonight. I don't think we're going to see any hot drops. This tournament doesn't really give me the vibe that we're going to see any seriously big hot drops or any dramatic moments like that. But there's not going to be much to play for some of these teams going to the last few games of the night. So it might start to get a little bit crazy, might start to get a little bit wacky. And then, of course, all the teams at the top that still have things to fight for, including that 8th place prize pool, they've got to be really on guard, because there's going to be some things that are happening that wouldn't usually happen in a competitive game of PUBG. People trying to vie for the center at the moment, but so far I think the most priority positions have kind of already been taken. Extraordinaire's moved up into Hacker from the future, obviously, here in J. Yeah, here's Extraordinaire moving into Hacker. All 4 for the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if they stick all 4 here, or maybe send a couple players up to that plateau, just up to or southwest towards those yellows. Deprop might be going back there right now. It's a compound you can spread out. You can go to the forest just to the east as well. Gather some information. No point just cooping yourselves up in that compound all those 4, especially not in phase 1.
Quiet start here for the final night. VIP, well, honestly quite good back on night 1. Had themselves a pretty decent point total, got them into the conversation of top 2, top 3 momentarily. Unfortunately, a conversation in which they couldn't quite last for too long, and by the end of night 2, obviously now find themselves firmly out of the race for top 3, but certainly in a position where they can still fight for some of the prize pool in the top 8. Odium have made their way out of Yasnaya. Slightly central to the east kind of circle. Rozhok, Potato Hill in a really good position. Yasnaya very much still in for the time being, along with that Rozhok River. Bit of an iffy kind of circle. Where do you play? A lot of major cities in this kind of circle. Rozhok, School, Pachinki, Yasnaya, all in play. You've got Bunnings, you've got Potato Hill. So a lot of big, you know, points of interest that you can try to occupy. If you can't get them though, it's probably going to be a bit of an edge kind of circle. For those like Trident, Antic X, Thrust, all coming in quite late. You can already see just how inundated the amount of teams are in the center of the circle, Russ. There is not much really left.
There's so many like priority positions in the center of this circle that so many different teams can fit within it. I mean, you've got, first of all, you've got FTF's compound, you've got this bunch of buildings and school next to Rozhok, you've got the apartments next to school as well, you've got the massive hill to the south as well that you can fit multiple teams on. And then, of course, we've got everything to the east, Volcano and the compounds in and around that. So you've got so much that these guys can play, so much that these guys can split, and we're seeing exactly that at the moment. Sweet Soul down here to scout. Actually, never mind. His teammates are already across the bridge. Is he going to lose his car in a very stupid manner? Almost flipped it over the edge. We've got the first little bit of action. Invis opens it up onto Ken's. This is the hot drop from Yasnaya Poliana, except it's moved a little bit. It's moved to the compound over here, and so far it's trades all the way back. Disher comes in. Very hard to watch this, but Disher's up now, last up. Panic and Pivy's trying to get involved too.
Yeah, supposed to be some good points here for Zen, going up against one of the bottom feeders in Odium. Nade here for deep. They've lost Ken's, they've lost Nicel. Unfortunately, even if they do get the full wipe here onto Odium, is it really worth it? Well, they do get all 4 kills as Disher running around the backside gets eventually caught by E2D. Here comes Panic though, maybe sensing an opportunity to third party collect a couple of kills. Points so necessary for Panic Esports tonight. Obviously, only 2 in front of them inside of this building, though. Calories is going to be able to pop the first aid kit off. That does not go in, though. Poor throw. And a bit of a run over. Light work is a little bit...
Oh,
no,
I'm dead.
Are you kidding me? I mean, that, you've got to kind of just brush that off for us. In the moment, right now, it's in the game. You can't be worrying about that. Move forward, Panzer in hand, clear out this building. You can talk about it later, you can complain later, but right now, you just got to stay focused.
Yeah, stay focused. Entry with the Panzerfaust. If that doesn't give you confidence and momentum, I don't know what does. That jump cost him his life. That jump cost him his life, but not the team's life. Dusky finishes it off. That is a absolute conundrum for Panic. I
feel like Rips just had like the worst 2 minutes of his career in that moment. Run over, which kills Pivy, and then jumps on the final kill. Honestly, should have been able to get that 3 up, couple of kills. Suddenly for Panic, those 2 kills, are they worth it? You've lost 2 players. You really hinder the potential now for the remainder of this game. You think about the amount of points that AAP extraordinaire are capable of getting in these matches. It goes beyond double digits, and you've just gone and thrown half your team away for 2 kills. Scrappy, I think the idea is fine. Clearly, the execution was just a complete mess.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely fumbled the execution. B2, what can he do? The spray needs to be very on point here. Shooting through those UAS windows, nothing lands. Boomies get out of there. But yeah, for Panic, that's... I mean, of course, that's not worth it. Even if Zen was to survive in that compound without Panic getting involved, that's still not worth it, because that's a central spot. You want to keep as many people up as you can if you've got center prio like that. And for Panic, now they're kind of in that window of opportunity for breaches. People are going to be looking at them like they're weak. If they have to leave that compound, then the teams around them are going to know that it's just 2 up, and they can only allocate, a certain amount of resources to it. We're just trading bolt shots right now. SLR and bolt shots for the moment. I don't think Boomies is going to push, and certainly Panic won't push. They've only got 2 up. They could maybe make a push if they've got 4, go around to that western side of this hill that Immunity find themselves on to try and claim this flush or get a little bit cheeky, but they can't do that anymore.
Yeah, well, okay. From a very slow 4.5 minutes, now on to the 9-minute mark, we've actually had quite a little bit happen here in the opening game of Erangel. Then Esports, ODM both eliminated. Panic down to half. Boomies do get that revive, by the way, onto, I think it was Fluky. He gets healed back up. Off into the distance as well. Knocked down onto Immunity. Tournament for them, currently in the bottom 3. And really struggled for points more so yesterday. Day 1 was not that bad for the likes of Immunity and Boomies. Actually, both of them, to be honest, kind of started well. But really, as the tournament has continued, they have both found themselves in the bottom 4.
I'd love to know what Immunity's mentality is going into this tournament. Because we obviously, I feel like every time we watch OS, we watch APAC, we see B2 popping off. He's always trying his best, but I wonder if they've got a similar mentality to Panic, where they're just kind of playing for fun and going through the motions, or whether they're actually really trying to play to their best. Because yeah, right now it's just not showing.
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult to know when you don't have that insider information, so you don't want to make assumptions. But I think with any kind of tournament, you even look at like a VIP, for example, you start well, you suddenly get into second, your expectations have to naturally change at that point and think, geez, maybe we can do this. And right, you got to take it seriously. And at the end of the day, you could be a for-fun team. Once you enter the server, it's not as if you're going to be like, oh, guys, I'm going to throw a molly over here for fun, or I'm going to do this for fun. You're going to try. You're going to naturally try.
I mean, my expectations when I look at every one of these teams, even without the information that Pivy gave us the other day, is that they're all here to do their absolute best. And I'm going to judge them off that merit. So if we're judging them off that, then yeah, Immunity certainly hasn't lived up to expectations. This has centered up basically dead center on FTF. Bliss, outer zone, on the western side. They're on your map. They're not in at the moment. They're probably going to have to fight SGD. If they want to go north, they might have to get involved with RFC if they lock down Rozhok. If they go all the way south, well, that's still not super clean either. But for FTF, it's not even 4-man strong in that center compound in J. They've still got a nice split with the apartments. It's confidence right now from FTF, and it's a first game circle feed. That could be dangerous for Bliss going into the remaining games.
Yeah, Blessed and the rest of Thrust, it's a case of, you know, how good can they be tonight? Can they go to a level that we haven't even seen from them? 76 points. I mean, now only 2 points clear of Zen Esports after they got their 6 kills before bowing out. And Thrust have already won 2 games. There was also a third game in which they arguably could have won as well. So they've got the capabilities to get into the end game. I think the difference with Thrust compared to the top 4-5 teams is their ability to get kills and then survive,
which is weird,
while getting those kills. So if they can do that tonight and they can put all of the puzzle pieces together, there's every world in which they could pull off a bit of a miracle. I mean, it is only like, you know, numerically 20 something points. Like with 6 games, 20 points, that's in that realm of like doable, especially if you start well.
It's very weird coming from, or looking at the roster of Thrust and their history in competitions like this, and coming to the conclusion that kills is the issue. Just haven't been able to figure it out in this lobby yet. This is where it gets kind of concerning for FTF as well. I do like this split, and I especially like it phase 2. You can definitely get away with it in the earlier phases, but you got to reconsider on this next circle pop whether a regroup is worth it. In fact, I'm almost certain FTF will regroup on this next pop, because you're going to have kind of a much more definite answer as to where the circle is going to go. And FTF do not want to throw a circle feed like this away in game 1 when they are. I mean, they're not that close, but they're close enough where a feed like this can certainly help them. This is Bliss, though. The other team we absolutely have to keep an eye on, because if they start to have really rough games, then FTF are going to be licking their lips. Right now, Team Bliss playing it very silently, but not silent enough, because SGD seem to be at least aware that there's some presence around them.
Yeah, Bliss's fundamentals are pretty much unmatched at this level in the PUBG Challenger Rumble. The way
there we go.
Systematically gone about this game. Circle pop.
Extraordinaire
or P3. Yeah, pretty much central. Love this circle for Extraordinaire. Here come Bliss though, and SGD. They had the move in as well. So vehicle noise, SGD very much aware now that Bliss are around that vicinity. BP just kind of scouting out. Keyed up, pushing up closer. Snops and Jervis though also driving off into the end of the distance as well. Same with Healer. So it's only Zhao Hux. I think he's getting a bit of a lift, and yeah, he is. So SGD are going to get themselves out of this location of Potato Hill. Bliss are going to be coming in from behind late. And nothing too wrong with that. I think if you Bliss, this can be the kind of night where you can play edge, sweep, take fights. Don't have to worry too much about living and getting wins.
Yeah, it's a good point. Just get that point per game average to a certain standard and you should be fine. Smart from SGD though. It's kind of a nothing fight on edge. Yeah, maybe it's weakening a future opponent, but right now you can kind of let them go a separate way and hope that another team deals with them. SGD have other priorities. Boomies is in a nice little split on that north as well. They've got both those compounds under lock. But contention in the form of AAP, the other team we've got to look for. SGD struggling to figure out where they want to go. They've got those plateaus, they've got the dog sheds at the moment, but seems like they're second guessing themselves. Do they really want to just bunker down there? It's not ideal. It's kind of half on edge, kind of half in. They've decided, I think, to go elsewhere. What's going on here? Sans, he actually does land that inside the bowl. Traded out quickly, though, by Cherry.
Yeah, really sharp there with the Groza from Sans, but more numbers arrived for Trident. Jeff eventually gets finished off by Killaroo. Bless trying to get involved for Thrust, see if they can pinch a couple of kills. Antic-X down 1, but 1 kill because of Sans. Great little shot from him. Mirage now a chance with the orb, but Miller too far away. Did cop 1 to the head, got taken down at half health. Losing a tire as well on the front left, and then straight towards VIP. This could be dangerous. Does now slow pull up. Love the position here at the ridge. Doesn't overcommit. Can actually now get a bit of information as to Tazzy and Sard's whereabouts, and Sigs will get caught. Big split there for Thrust. Punished. Rain comes over. Kill on to 6 now means that for Thrust, down to 3 players, severely limits their ability to go on and have said big game. I said at the pre-show, and a fantastic night tonight, and this does not help their cause.
Yeah, I think Sigs wanted to get over here. He knew that that would be a sick angle to get angles on the north, but before we can even look at that, I think RFC have just come from the sky and breached VIP. This was a 2-2 split for VIP that hasn't necessarily been ripped apart. In fact, I think it's RFC on the back foot here. There's 2 up now for VIP. A good attempt for Fritzl to get that done, but not good enough. VIP survive with 4 up 2. Tazzy's coming over very late. They'll be able to get these reses and no one else trying to third party this. So VIP thankfully avoid disaster there.
Yeah, Speedy actually was helping out. He got 2 kills in the end.
Oh my.
That's an interesting shift.
Sheesh.
So away from apps, away from that SGD FTF presence close by to apps, and now over towards more open area. certainly expecting probably more crashes on these kind of compounds later in the game. It's only phase 4 right now. Open areas on Erangel are very dangerous, in which you now need to think about how do we crash these buildings. And even so, you go for this kind of crash. Look at the POV that Tazzy has. If you send that into Antic X, not only are you fighting Antic X, you're probably getting shot at as well by all these other teams. It's such a dangerous circle.
There's like the 3 teams that are kind of in that center and on the south, controlling all of those angles. If you want to send it through those teams to rotate north to the bowls in the fields of Yasnaya, which a lot of these guys on the south were probably thinking they want to do, then you've got to go through basically the Bermuda Triangle of teams. Pindado's about to do exactly that. I think they want to go for potentially the bowl, potentially just send it past these compounds, see what's free on a bike. That's not ideal though. AAP losing members in the kill feed. Pindado's haven't lost any yet. Carbs has found that bowl, that all-important bowl. That the rest of his team's going to be able to put those cars in use. Make them, I mean, forge a little bit of cover, I suppose. I think I just saw one UAS for Pindado, so maybe not too much cover, but that bowl and the terrain around it's going to be enough for them. Tires being popped on SGD as well. Worst case scenario for them, if they have to run across that field from that yellow, that's just death. They are not going to survive that. You can have as many smokes as you want. That smoke line's not going to be long enough. And then, of course, Panic here. Set up on that northwestern side. They wish they had 4 up. They absolutely desire to have 4 up here, but they've only got 2, which severely limits their capabilities.
Yeah, and smokes obviously now become such a valuable resource, but they can only get you so far. Under on him for Alec. That's that one tossed outside, expecting the push to come through. Most teams pretty much have to get themselves into defensive capabilities now if they're inside any kind of compound. Boomy's very much around here. Archangel Predator being able to get themselves in. CJ dead already. Does hinder the chances of AAP also going on and having this big kind of game. Tazzy knocked by Miller. Antic X, that's a distance, kind of compound v compound fight between those 2 teams, but VIP very much the dead center point with no one else really around them. I feel like VIP's compound the least crashable compared to some of the others like Antic X and Extraordinaire. Alex through the barred windows, hard to hit these shots. Nicely done from Speedy through the barred windows as Algin Boss can't get the trade, and then shot through the window again. Nicely done from Speedy. 2 big knocks, and suddenly only Nan is up. He races down the stairwell to try and get involved. Shao Hux getting shot through the smoke by Monty.
Damn.
Speedy gets a 3K, 5 in the game for Speedy of Boomies, and Archangel Predator eliminated with just 1 singular point. 96 points, and it opens up such a pathway now for Extraordinaire and Panic.
Extraordinarily defended there by Speedy. One-man army did it all by himself. Through the windows too, as we were saying, that's so hard to take those fights. Gets it done regardless, there goes Thrust. I think their game was ruined a little bit earlier than now. This was destined, and a little bit of extra nades just to make sure they really are blown to bits. Bliss has been here on edge this whole time. They haven't really had any other options but to be on edge. FTF, they've decided to move in ahead of Bliss. This could be disaster for FTF. This allows Bliss to kind of make that first move. It gives Bliss all the control. They have all the info now. They know exactly where FTF are, and how many times have a team like Bliss taken a fight like this across this road into this dip. A team sitting in here. Oh my, just put a smoke to the right, start chucking nades into that bowl. Helped out by Jo as well. FTF are in a wall of hurt.
Nades out from Akita, 1 more in the back pocket. Trick got knocked, and suddenly FTF, yeah, indeed. And also, it's kind of like a double up here. If Team Bliss can wipe out from the future, with then only 5 games to go, really severely determines that they'll get that top spot. Orkrid also knocked by Insight. This is just absolutely brutal. Demolition Derby here from Bliss on to From the Future. Long-range shots from Hatchie of Pindados Esports. There's the double kill, though. Confirmed points for Team Bliss, and also still just outside of the placement points. If you are FTF, you could get just nothing from this game at the moment. 9 teams now remain. And there it is, gone in 9th. So From the Future don't get a single point this game. Crazy 9 with a knockdown into Waikiki Mukau. But nevertheless, Team Bliss have now already extended that gap for first versus second, and for FTF as well, just keeps them in the firing lines of Panic and Extraordinaire.
Yeah, Team Bliss taking out their #1 competitor as if it was nothing. I really would have loved to see FTF take a little bit more time on edge there and make Bliss make the first move. Have them push into the zone first. I feel like FTF probably could have played the northern side of that hill rather than just submitting to that bowl and submitting to all the utility that Team Bliss had, and Jo as well off in the distance. Nevertheless, it does end in them going out. Team Bliss get that 7 points that we continuously praise them for being able to get, that 6-7 point mark. Incredible consistency from them so far, and in fact they're in a decent spot to have an even better game than that. But we turn our attention towards the rest of the circle, the people that have been sitting in these bowls, sitting in these compounds the entire time. This circle is going to start shrinking, and eventually these guys are going to have to leave the confines of their comfortable compounds.
Yeah, it's interesting the sort of philosophy for Bliss, where it's like we'll go and get our 6-7 kills, and we'll either be dead by the end of it, or we're going to be 4 up and suddenly going to go and have that massive game. And either way, it's a success, because the point per game average is going to be sky high because of it. On average, if you're getting 6-7 kills a game, you're going to be looking at 10+ points a game overall when it's all said and done, because now you kind of look at a match like this, and they're obviously going to be able to get more than just the 7 points, already getting that 1 placement point confirmed. This B2 knocked by Suspect, and Suspect actually looking to get this flush immediately. Double nades coming out by the rest of Panic, or by Dusky, I should say, because there's not much less, and he does get the kill onto B2, which obviously we probably felt like Panic maybe overplayed their hand to begin this game, but it has got them into the top 3. Those earlier 2 kills, a little mess around, hasn't quite come back to bite them entirely. A kill there, they've gotten placement points, they're just kind of scraping through as a duo, Dusky and Suspect. For Panic, picking up very valuable points, but it's Extraordinaire who can pick up even more when this game is all said and done.
Yeah, they've got to play perfectly though. Coming out of that Alamo can be incredibly difficult if team like Bliss is staring at you, making it a difficult job. Luckily for them, Pindados have to leave, so that's kind of a team that Extraordinaire don't have to worry about when they leave that compound. Pindados are going to put themselves towards Antic X. If Pindados starts shooting at Extraordinaire, you can bet Miller on Antic X, and maybe even Punier as well, who's aggressing out of this compound, are going to start peeking down towards Pindados. But looks like Pindados want to take the fight more towards Antic X, giving an opportunity for Extraordinaire to leave that Alamo, push up towards that hill, take the fight towards Team Bliss. Miller very much on alert, but very much also hindered by immunity on those ridges on the north, making it incredibly difficult for him to do anything. He's just got a prone. I don't think he can do much at the moment. I think when you looked at that POV from Miller, he looked towards immunity, and if he decided to leave, run back to the compound, then certainly immunity would catch him. He's got a tree and I think a car behind him as cover. Surely he spots this player as well. Crazy Nine getting super aggressive, necessary for Pindados to pull off. You're expecting the trade from Miller, but that is an exceptional spray from Crazy Nine. Punier down, and this fight continues.
Yeah, incredibly sharp from Crazy Nine, but he doesn't get the benefits of it. Really good knockdown, but Monty steals the kill.
Another one.
Up close though, Miller does stand up and eventually is shut down. Nice knock from Crazy Nine, and eventually shut down on the right by Killaroo, who did lose his life to Hatchie. A bit of a scrappy fight, but Pindados Esports will come out ahead. JO still alive, gets the first aid kit off, so he's back up to 75% health, and then they can go and get that revival to Crazy Knight. With the smokes up, they should be able to do so just before the blue makes its way in. Under 60 seconds until phase 7 now. Sweet Soul looking ahead of field. Panic still alive. If they can survive another one, there's another placement point that could be up for grabs. And really, the longer this goes on, obviously it's a more and more wounded lobby. 2 players then kind of isn't as severe. But a couple of teams still with 4 up. VIP, Extraordinaire, and Team Bliss. So really half the lobby is actually still incredibly healthy.
Yeah.
Or Team Bliss.
Ooh.
Okay, so Extraordinaire pushed into Bliss. Whether or not they had the information,
they sent
unknown. But they've sent it up the hill. They probably didn't have really all that many options, but Bliss are always going to be able to punch that. Cow bleeding out. DePro, as soon as he got up and made his way forward, sucked down by Inside. How got at least the knock onto Monty. How though is feeling the pinch and the pressure. Eventually goes down to Akita. Team Bliss now up to 11 kills. Maven Extraordinaire don't get anything more from this game, which is great news for Panic. That is exactly what they needed by just holding on. Now they've got themselves into the top 3 confirmed with 5 games remaining tonight.
I mean, Panic are just sitting in that bowl, and they're being protected by both Boomies and Immunity. If either one of those teams wants to take Panic out, well, then the other one's going to stop them from doing so. That knock from Sweet Soul, though, onto one of Boomies might give them a little bit of time to potentially peek over to Panic, but I don't think so. They're a little bit scared. They've got zone, no real reason to do so. The third-party opportunity is going to come when Boomies start to push towards Panic. That's when Immunity can rear their heads and start dealing some more damage. VIP, though, silent in this game, but they have had that central compound feed. They've deserved to sit there, though. They've defended that RFC push from the sky. So it's not like it's been smooth sailing for them so far, and it might become a little bit harder now too. Pindados and Team Bliss. If this fight between these 2 teams goes the way of Team Bliss convincingly, or I suppose Pindados convincingly, then VIP might have a little bit of trouble on their hands. But they are the only one in the lobby right now with 4. So they've got all the resources they want to deal with all the players they want. And Insight caught out completely. Crazy Knight, another fantastic org spray from that distance takes him down.
Yeah. Watching the right side there. Akita actually then gets the knock on to Textile. Bliss kind of job done this game though. Into the top 6, 11 kills, significant amount of points. Their direct rivals got nothing as well. Company man knocked down by Tazzy. VIP having a bit of a last stand kind of game here. Especially wanting to get back into the top 8. Pressure's still on to Speedy and Chalia. Speedy's done a tremendous job as a solo this game. Akita, double kill, gets rid of Crazy Iron and Hatchy. Chalia knocked down by the native Tazzy as well. Down to the final 5 teams. Speedy, what can he do? So far already 2 very high-level individual plays. It's another team Gaunt. This time though it's Team Bliss. Very quickly torn apart 1 by 1 as Hatchy and One Tap will get 1 each. And suddenly Panic's duo has got themselves into the top 4 from a disastrous start. Suddenly now really capitalizing and making the most of said bad start. Yeah. Suspect and Dusky have done a tremendous job.
Playing it perfectly too. No, I mean, they haven't over-aggressed. They haven't decided to get greedy. They haven't played the game like they've got nothing to lose and just went out fragging and lost their lives for it. They've played it like it matters. And they've just been surviving in that bowl. Can be very hard to survive the utility barrages in bowls like this, especially when you've got teams on either side of you, but they've been solid so far. Haven't let it slip away from them. Immunity's been that constant pressure for them too. I feel like they've had the best possible angles on Panic. All Panic have really had to do is just stay low, not really do anything crazy. I mean, it's evident in the fact that they have 3 kills. In bowls like this, generally, you can kind of peek up, maybe compete with your neighbors. In this case, it was Immunity and Boomies, but they haven't done any of that. They've been desperate for these placement points. And we know what Panic can do when they get into these late game scenarios. Generally, they like to activate. The history of this tournament has shown that when they get into late game scenarios, they pump up those kill numbers. But as 2, I mean, it's a very different story. They've got a solo behind them to deal with first. And if Immunity time that push perfectly, well, they've got 3 members of them to deal with as well.
Yeah, but it's kind of one of those games now for Panic where it's not really about, okay, how much more can they get? It's like they've already gotten so much from what looked like a bad game. And also the fact is, happened in really the best of games too, where Extraordinaire, AAP, FTF didn't really get anything.
Yeah.
So they had that little clumsy start. They've gotten something out of it. How much more? 99 points at the moment. Spotting one at the rock. That's Speedy. Textile. Yeah, lovely shot. Well, Rem's also able to hit the exact same shot. Both basically had him lined up dead to rights. But that's another team gone. That's another placement point for Panic. Now they go triple digits. Can they get anything else? That's a 2-man. They'd certainly love VIP to get in on the action and try and get in on the back of IM. Suspect don't take him down by Rems' day. That suddenly that is going to really hinder the chances for Panic. Dusky now the solo. Immunity wanting to clean up this duo. Dusky inside of the blue, holding this smoke as long as he possibly can. They run by 1 by 1. One will fall first. That was going to be Rem. Sweet Soul 2 to Tassie. And with this, though, actually, Immunity have lost out because Tassie got involved. Dusky got the double kill. Suddenly now in a 1 versus 4. He's obviously not going to be able to win this, not from this position. But the fact that he was still able to confirm 2nd place for Panic in this game, well, this match was more about Panic than anything, despite the fact that VIP Esports got a 9-kill win, shuffled up the leaderboard. What a strange old game of PUBG for Panic Esports. They looked like they'd thrown away a good chance to begin with. Rip made a massive error to start the game. But as a duo, Dusky and Suspect absolutely got the job done. 5 kills, 2nd place for Panic, capitalizing when no one else could from the top 4.
Yeah, probably very nervous moments for Panic as well. They're alone as 2 in that flat top for most of the game, and they're probably thinking the whole time we're probably just going to get breached and destroyed. That never happens, and then of course when the zone shifts away, there's that pivotal moment where they have to leave that flat top, get to that bowl, and then there's a bit of a reprieve. Then they start to think, okay, maybe we can do some more here. Once that happens, well, it's not difficult to play from there. You just kind of have to keep your head down in that bowl, make sure you don't lose any helmets or armor, and make sure you don't lose any knocks as well, and then Panic. I mean, look, yeah, the teams around them kind of tear themselves apart, and then 2nd place is theirs.
Yeah, and obviously a really good job for VIP that game. I think I mentioned, I think it was like Phase 5, Phase 6, that kind of center point compound. Really difficult to crash because there were so many teams still alive in that game that could very much third party from a distance any kind of crash on that compound. And then it was just open terrain all around it. So VIP, Probably not a hard feed kind of game, but certainly a bit of fortune there, but they made the most of it. 9 kills plus the win, especially when it got a bit scrappy towards the end in that game. Gets them right back up in terms of the top 8. Of course, they're still a little bit away in terms of the top 3, but I think they've been able to, at least with the others having a poor game, get themselves back in with a very slim chance. We're going to break. When we come back, though, it will be our final game of Erangel for this tournament.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
to kickstart the final day here of the PUBG Challenger Rumble Grand Finals. It was VIP Esports that got the chicken dinner. It was Panic that were able to overcome a bad start to still get second place with 5 kills, and everyone else in the top 4, except for Team Bliss, of course, for us, basically faltering to kickstart the final night. So really, for Panic, that was really the best that game could have gone after that horrible start.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as much as we want to put the spotlight on, I mean, look, VIP had a fantastic game. They had those easy decisions to make, and they made them very quickly. So you can't fault them for that. And then, of course, heroics from Dusky at the end there. I think we probably got to put a spotlight on that as well, to survive to second when he was being assaulted. But then the other highlight of that game to me was FTF just crumbling completely, and Team Bliss just wiping the floor with them and getting an incredible amount of points off the bat. So I think those are the 3 storylines I got to look at, and FTF one is most crucial to me because that might lock up the tournament off game 1.
Yeah, I think for Team Bliss, it's very much a case of now just confirming first place. And honestly, as you said, pretty much could be confirmed now. Already 5 games to go. FTF, probably too far for them. And also for FTF, it's a case of you don't really want to go hunting for that first place. And then you drop a couple of games and suddenly you then fall back in that pack. You really just got to worry about your own game. Secure second place. That's more than good enough if you're from the future. So for FT, especially then with the way that the game kind of played out, Panics picked up some points as well. So from the future, kind of just go in, not into their shells, but probably go into defense, get a couple of points a game, just lock things up, make sure they don't mess around in the next 5 matches. One more game of Erangel though, Russell, and I want to kind of touch on that because we already said in the pre-show for Panic, it's their best map, which is Erangel. So they've already done well, game 1. They'll get another chance here. The question then for me is, are they going to be in a good enough position then going into the last 4 games when we're playing on other maps that are not Erangel? Is there a world in which they then kind of slip up to, say, a Maven or an AAP?
There's always that world, but I mean, look, anything can happen, and there's no point really overanalyzing it. But I think for Panic, you look at like the upcoming Miramar, right? We go through those tertiary maps where maybe anything can happen, but the upcoming Miramars, that's when for Panic, maybe things get a little bit dodgy, because as much as we like to say that these guys have, I mean, it's true, these guys have a certain floor that they're going to be able to play to on every single map. That's just the standard they're going to play to. It's just good PUBG. Hopefully they can pull it off. You've got to also have favorites. It turns out that right now Erangel is Panic's favorite, and we're ending on Miramar, which might put a little bit of pressure on them. It might make it a little bit dodgy, and if it does, and a team like Extraordinaire or anyone else, yeah, I mean, that they could certainly slip past Panic very easily if Panic starts to slip up.
Alrighty, let's get into the playing path here for our second game tonight. It's Erangel once again. Erangel for the final time as well. Panic into third, 103 points, 7 points clear of AAP, 9 points clear of Maven Extraordinaire. Now, touched on VIP, but they have now tied. It's a 3-way tie with Pendados Esports and Thrust, and then you can throw in Zen Esports as well at 74 points, who really aren't that far behind. All of those teams, respectively, Russ, are about 27 points behind the top 3 with 5 games to go. Mathematically, that doesn't actually sound like it's impossible, because it's not. It's frankly not. If you're a VIP, a Pendados, or a Thrust, and you go and win this game, and you do so with 10 kills, and Panic and AAP don't really get much, you can probably find yourself then with, 10 to 12 points behind, 4 games to go. You're back in the conversation. So all of those teams need to still hold faith that they can play to the best of their ability, hope other things go their way, and who knows what could then happen from there. PUBG has already seen so many crazy comebacks in its history. You could be the next one. So you can't give up on any of those teams. And it is such a close lobby as well. From 6th all the way down to 11th, it's 10 points separating those teams.
I feel like we saw a very slight glimpse of a very wild Pendados last game. They were kind of just swinging at everyone, and they seemed to be hitting until that very last moment where they had to come up against Bliss when they were pretty weakened from the previous fights. That, honestly, when I was watching it, it was kind of scary, because I'm thinking, okay, well, they're one of those teams on that cusp. They can certainly smash themselves up there into that 3rd spot if they have a bunch of kind of explosive games, which I think is probably the word I'd use to describe Pendados, at least at their peak. And we've seen their peak. I believe that's the team with the highest kill win so far. They had 16 16 kills or something like that yesterday. So certainly doable. And everyone, I mean, yeah, there's still so much to fight for. Antic X continue what I would say is a streak of mediocrity. Punier goes down early, 210-meter shot from Sigs. Don't even know exactly where that is. Hold on, let me pull up the map stream. Oh yeah, it's down in Milton Power. Where else would it be but Antic X's loot spot? Thrust down there as well. And I think Antic X are just getting the hell out of there. Panic fed too this game, actually.
Yeah, shelter circle. Well, I mean, fed, but yeah, I mean, not really fed, right? It's circle 1. They got P1, shelter region though. Always kind of somewhat of a difficult decision as to the way you want to kind of play these circles. Do you play around shelter? Do you just stay shelter? If so, and then it shifts away, then you're probably coming out of a difficult position. Sometimes it could just be easier for you when the decision is made and you get a Gatka circle and you kind of know what you got to do there in terms of you rotate, where you want to go, how you want to play. Extraordinaire as well, not that far in terms of the circle too. They too should be able to get a pretty decent position. Could go farm, could go north of farm and play pretty close to Panic. Archangel Predator over towards the Gatka fields, a little bit more traversing to do for them. Obviously a team that has just honestly come to a bit of a halt. It's probably the best way to frame it. And you kind of look at their last couple of games, 15th with 1 kill, 10th with no kills. And then I don't think they got any points as well to kickstart tonight. So it's essentially 3 games in a row. Actually, they got 1 point. So in 3 games, they've picked up 2 points, which is very unlike Archangel Predator, who I think throughout this tournament, you go back to night 1, night 2, they were very consistent. They had a stretch where they made top 8 games in a row. I mean, that is very significant. The first 8 games, they made top 8 every single time. From round 1 to round 8. That's the start that they had. And then since then, 14th, 15th, 10th, and whatever they had in the last round, which wasn't much either, clearly it's kind of come to a bit of a standstill. Really the crunch time too. Last couple of games, final night, the pressure's now back on. Well and truly, everyone else is caught up. You've now dropped out of the top 3. It kind of enters choke territory if AAP miss out on top 3 from here.
You also have to consider why. Why have they slowed down so much? Is it them on the first night kind of taking advantage of everyone else's lack of how the lobby plays out, and they're just kind of good at that? And now that everyone's figured out how they want to play in this lobby, AAP is kind of falling behind to teams that know how they want to play. Maybe AAP is still stuck in that limbo where they don't exactly know how they want to play. So night 1 they're doing this, and then night 2 you just kind of subconsciously end up doing stuff that doesn't really work. Whatever it is, they've got to figure it out, because game 1 of tonight, no momentum to be gained off that, and you obviously lose the 3rd spot to Panic. They are very close to them though, and if we've seen anything from Panic, I said that potentially Panic and AAP or Panic and 4th would just kind of butt heads for the last night. They just bounce up and down, and I can see that very much happening, because Panic can have those really cold games where they just get 0 or 1 points, and then AAP maybe get a decent point in that game. Simoy's going to open it up. First little bit of action apart from that Antic death, and it's Maka who goes down first. Unfortunately for Odium, their woes continue, and the Disher and the rest of the boys will back off to Yasnaya. I believe this is where they came from. FTF currently owns the yellows they so desperately wanted.
Odium were able to pick up a couple of points in that last game after going scoreless on night 2. Albeit only had themselves a 3-man roster. Does now at least get them to double-digit points. To the smoke here from the future, 1 early point. Again, they don't need much. I wouldn't be worrying. Like, if I'm FTF, I'm not really worrying too much. 20 points, 5 games, as long as they get their own points, they're fine. It's a case of destiny is in their hands. You think about Extraordinaire, AAP, Panic, they can have a big say, but there's other things that can kind of go against them. So for FTF, they're that far out in front where it's just like, do your own work, get your own points. There's a nice shot from Jeff. Doesn't get the down onto E2D. Does get him quite low enough that this nade could be enough. 1 up close though in the UAZ, now has pulled up. Suddenly Jeff is actually surrounded, and there's only so much Rain can do from that distance, watching in towards his location. Jeff in a bit of a predicament here on the left side of the building. Talk about right time in terms of getting around that corner. Doesn't help him though. Calories is able to get that kill. And again, yeah, Rain can't do anything. He comes too late to help. Easy kill for Zen Esports. Not ideal for Trident. Rain can't even get the trade, can't get the down. And suddenly now probably needs to give up on this, although here comes the cavalry, albeit way too late. Trident, really the timing of it. If Jeff was able to maybe survive an extra 10, 15 seconds, could have been an entirely different story. Instead, eventually lost his life. Credit to Zen Esports, they were very quick in dealing with him.
That's what it is, right? Extra few seconds and Rain has that angle. You also got to consider the commitment there from Jeff. Once he leaves the ridges behind those ice creams and puts himself inside this compound, he opens himself up to a push. I mean, he completely LOSs the rest of Zen Esports by putting himself down on the low ground here just to get within nade range of that car. And then off the back of that, 2K Calories is allowed to get the flank off on him on the backside of those ice creams. And then, yeah, it's just disaster from Jeff. So maybe too much of a commitment there without his teammates being close enough, but they do survive as 3. Certainly salvageable, but they're going to have to pull off a very wide wrap towards that eastern side. Probably come up around Lumberyard and fight from there. Cow solo up on the emergency parachute, doing his best to scout out from the sky, gather as much information as possible, which I suppose has become kind of his role as he's entered Bliss, as we've discussed many times. Monty and Akita are the guys who tell to go kill. Cow and Insight are the vocal ones that will not necessarily sacrifice themselves for the team, but they're definitely going to put their hand up to do the hard jobs, gather the information, and put themselves in the firing line.
Yeah, very easy to scout out locations such as like Potato Hill, for example, a good little stopgap position inside of the circle. Everyone can push in. You don't have to worry about teams already camping here. And obviously he's a distance away. He's got to be smart. You don't want to overplay this and try and center yourself into the middle of the zone to get even more info. It's really about the entry into the zone than anything. Obviously, it doesn't have a vehicle now. That is one of the negatives, right? So it's all about trade-offs. You get this information, you scout this position out, but you're also now a 3-man convoy rather than a 4-man convoy in terms of vehicles. So, you know, it has its benefits, but also there is a little drawback here or there. To be fair, I don't think vehicles probably matter as much with this kind of circle. I think they'll be more than fine with 3. Easy entry in through Potato Hill, and obviously getting shot at as well does give information away as to these compounds that are close by to Team Bliss on their entry. 20 seconds till phase 2, and we'll see what the circle does hold for us. AAP down towards south of farm at the moment, so they're on that very, very southern side of the circle. Dead center point is Extraordinaire and Panic, of course, 3 teams that we have basically highlighted for tonight is to kind of keep an eye on. Well, they're somewhat close by to each other, especially if this does go south. It does not, though. It's a mansion circle. Not often that we will get a full-blown mansion circle these days. Obviously, Skyguard are completely vacant as well. The Povka, vacant. North side with Immunity and Odium. A couple of teams already. But if you're AAP, you are not happy with this circle.
No, certainly not. Going to be a struggle to get inside and find somewhere to sit. Few places open right now. VIP trying to control the entirety of Mansion as a 4-man, and I just have to wonder how that's going to go for them, whether they stay on the aggressive and try hold down all 4 corners of that, or whether they give up something like the flat top and play more inwards inside of Mansion. This is going to be a hot spot for the moment, though, while teams are making their way up from the South. Trident, we've got here before Zen Esports, and Zen have now put themselves in between Trident. A 3-man is Trident, but no matter, they have themselves set up in a very nice crossfire. They'll claim 2 kills onto Zen, and the rest of Zen just have to get out of there and go play towards the zone. Nicel is not getting a res, so well done from Trident so far to recover a couple points from the start of their game. But they are still kind of on that edge where it could get a little bit dodgy. If only the circle just donuts, you know, it could still get quite dodgy for Trident. So they've got some work to do.
Trident will take that kill there, at least onto Nicel as he bleeds out, so they'll feel content with that. Carb spotted by Monty, and he doesn't really get any kind of chance.
Oh my gosh.
The initial shots down and flush, all within a couple of bullets for Monty. Crazy 9 then through the doorway trying to shoot back, but already losing his teammate in Carbs. Yeah, and not ideal as well for a Pindados team that is surrounded in terms of the leaderboard. Very easy to drop out of the money entirely now if you have a couple of bad games. Patchy able to make that little death run across. Crazy Knight inside of the US. Monty continuing to just pepper away. Already on the backside of that building and that compound, though, was Waika Kamukau and Akita. Cal couldn't really get into a position though to get any kind of knock, and the three-man Pandados have been able to escape that location, and rightfully so, with the circle shift coming over towards that mansion side. They don't need to be this far out to the western side of the circle. Cal got knocked down. Insight really chasing hard here. Now we'll double back after Jervis got the knock onto Waikikamu Cal. That was a distance away though. Cal will get revived. SGD now themselves shooting at Pandados as they make their way in towards the mansion, in towards the tree lines here. Panic already occupying this position. Hatchy literally just sends it straight in, has the red building, and now they'll send it into here. It is vacant. You can hold it, but it's going to be pretty much bombarded with frag grenades if VIP have a lot of them. Sar already sends one out, and then a second one to follow, but he does miss the windowsill.
I mean, it's VIP with their utility, but it's also Panic on the backside. If you want to go and hide from the nades and leave the rooms that are being Molotov detonated out by VIP, you might potentially put yourself in the line of sight of Panic. They've got the eastern line of sight and the northern line of sight, so Pandado's incredibly limited. I mean, playing that building to begin with is already a nightmare. You basically have to worry about every single angle. If you want to peek for information, you got to care for this and that. It's so annoying, especially in the mid game like this where it's everything around you is occupied. So Pandados know, I mean, they know that. They set themselves up for a difficult game, but placement points are what they're after. And if people over-aggress, get too close to that building, then they can certainly defend themselves, but it's just going to be very difficult. FTF and Bliss again, this time much closer, or at least closer for a couple of those players, and they're on edge as well, isolated too. No one around them that's going to get involved. Extraordinaire, maybe, but on this zone pot, probably not. So Team Bliss, FTF, we could see them going at it in a second here, but I think it's just going to be Akita and Happy. Once one of those two players dies, it'll be going separate ways for both these teams.
Well, Happy eventually gets the pretty free kill onto Akita. He had no idea Happy was that close, but he had crept up into that position. Akita gets caught out. FTF with a massive split, by the way, of that Yasnaya Fields location. And they are still in. The yellows are still in here with this P3 circle shift over towards Sky Garden and Mansion. Pretty much the center point of this now game for the remainder of match 2.
I think actually they just want to do damage to FTF. I think they just want to confirm it as if it wasn't confirmed game 1, but they just want to stay here and potentially sacrifice their lives to...
Yeah, even if they stalemate and it's like they both just kind of trade out, get the same points, then that's a win for Bliss. There's only, what, 45-point gap after this, 4 games to go. I mean, that's so impossible as we go to Trident now, pushing into Panic. Big fight. Considering, of course, what's on the line for Panic. Bibi just barely staying alive. Got that first aid kit off. I am nice. The Dusky double is clean. Mirage, though, got the trade, but then eventually finished off by Bibi. 3 more kills for Panic. They'll take that against Trident. That nade couldn't quite get the flush onto Bibi. He was able to just time the first aid kit perfectly, back up to 75, and then Dusky with a nice double. They'll get the revive. Panic go up to 106. 10 points clear now of AAP. And suddenly the narrative has shifted from the end of last night where it was all about Panic chasing AAP. Well, now AAP is going to have to start chasing Panic.
All right, VIP, what can you do? That's a good start. Pindado's trying to get involved as well. In fact, they've moved out of that little ident there straight into the bigger buildings inside Mansion, which is a fantastic play. It also means Pivi's going to survive and Panic get away with... surviving there. Otherwise, VIP might have been able to claim those kills, but they've let Pindados slip in, which could cause so much problems for VIP later on. It's a good building to fight from for Pindados as well. One of those buildings where you can just kind of avoid nades. Multiple buildings, rooms upstairs and downstairs where you can just kind of slip in and out of them, depending on which one is Molotov and which one has a HE on the floor. But still not easy. They are still pincer between VIP and Panic, so still slightly limited. And this is Bliss kind of giving up that fight towards FTF. Again, you have to consider, if you're Bliss, the reward of just playing your own game and then increasing that lead over FTF rather than just stopping them from getting any more points. Because if you're Bliss, you could give them 3 more points and you could start that train that FTF are looking for back to the top. So smart from Bliss to at least try, but very measured from them to also give it up when they know that they're not really going to get much from it.
.5 minutes gone.
Oh, breach.
Breach. Well, not really too surprising. Thrust, though, well, yeah, it's a quiet one. Into the garage. Flick now to check upstairs. No one's there, though.
And look at this. VIP have to back off.
can very much occupy quite a couple of teams. Maxos knocked by Tazzy. Well, here comes the three-man Bliss now, sending it in on the south side towards the center point of the circle. Again, mentioned already inundated with teams. Then Esports wiped out. AAP will be the benefactors. 2 kills for them. Keeps that scoreboard ticking over. Here on the south side of the zone, and now right in front of them, actually, Team Bliss just pulling up. Now we'll get revived, so it'll be still 4 up for Archangel Predators. Light work with a knock onto B2. Expecting fireworks soon, as Mansion is starting to just look absolutely overloaded. Pedados, VIP, Thrust, Panic, of course, still outside in the woods as well. I mean, you can probably still fit a couple of teams in there, but it'll be fights the whole way through. Shots from Textile, not quite landing onto a rotating Odium, who are once again looking like they are in panic mode. Speedy, good knock onto Repugnance, as there's only 2 remaining right in front of Speedy. He had a great opening game tonight. Needs to go out as Disha and Invis try and make the death track. The flash hits the wrong side of the rock. Disha goes prone. Lovely shot.
Not much more for Disha to gain, though. Certainly going to be dead soon enough. He wants that flush so badly. Not allowed to get it. Hero and company man saves his teammate. I'll be able to get that res. SGD assaulted 2 different fronts as well. These guys were sitting pretty a couple circles ago. No one really wanted to mess with them, but they have one of those priority spots. It's not center like it often is. Instead, it's on the edge this time round. The fire station on the north, breached by RFC. The flat top on the south, breached by FTF. What does SGD do? They're starting it off nicely with defensive utility. You kind of know exactly where to aim your nades if you're SGD. That rock, you can see that so clearly. Trick hiding at that double nade, copped, but still no knock. You just give it up to RFC as well. And the trouble here for SGD is they've got to focus on FTF while knowing that RFC are in the background. RFC can make this flank if they wanted to, probably, and get a couple knocks onto SGD. They've got to be so alert right now.
Pity with a knock on to Textile. 19 minutes elapsed now for the final game of Erangel this tournament. You think about Panic and how good they've been on this map. Well, once again, doing so. 4 kills, 4 players up, really capitalizing. They've been the best Erangel team this tournament. FTF, really, it's all about just survival at this point, I think, for them. B2 finally eliminated. Felt like forever. And eventually at the tree, there goes Rems and Textile to fall for team immunity. Still deep inside of that bottom 4, and a massive circle shift over towards Skyguard and SGD, FTF, and Refine Clan of all teams as well, sitting pretty in that location. Mansion now suddenly on the edge of the circle, no longer the prime real estate, but everything in between Mansion and Skygarden is just vacant, open terrain. There's nothing.
Nothing. You're absolutely right. You can play underneath it, but obviously then you're not really putting yourself in a spot to fight. You're just kind of waiting for your opportunity, and you've got to be kind of the last team to do that as well. If you want to play underneath it, then you got to wait. If other teams go underneath Sky Garden ahead of you, again, that gives you the same kind of information and power that Bliss had against FTF in game 1. Not at that point yet, though. These fights on edge have to play themselves out. Bliss up against AAP. It's an important fight for AAP, and a fight that Bliss could scrape up a couple more points from. AAP on the back foot, certainly. Bliss not in necessarily the best spot to deal with AAP, but they've got enough cover. They've got, thick enough trees. They've got their car cover, and SGD are actually helping Bliss out. Nice off angle from Alec. He kind of needs to land one of these knocks, and he does. That might open it up. Even a chance maybe for AAP to get in their cars and breach this dip. In that way, you'll kind of avoid that third-party fire from SGD. That might be the only option here. Other than that, you've got Smokes, and that's what AAP is doing.
Yeah, good news for AAP as well. Unlikely to get kind of aggressed upon by any other teams here. Those in Mansion will stay there. Those in Skyguard will stay there, so they can kind of win this fight against Team Bliss. Monty blows up the vehicle. Trying to get the healing off there was Waika Gamukau. Inside knocked down by Jervis. There's the third party. That's even further making it difficult for Team Bliss. It's Cal now the solo. Archangel Predator. 4 kills to their name right now, and finally have been able to cross that threshold into triple digits. 10 points still behind Panic. The name from Cal is good. It actually blows off Insight's life, but he does get the knock on to CJ. CJ's going to have to get revived, and this is where it could come to a bit of an end as well for AAP, because now where to? You wipe out Bliss, you've gotten a couple of kills, but what's the long-term plan at this south side position where you're not even inside of the circle for phase 5?
Yeah, this is where you have to set it underneath Skyguard. Now you've got to sit under there. just live and survive, but getting there in the first place is going to be difficult. Made easier now by the fact that Extraordinaire has left, but then also kind of made more difficult by the fact that Extraordinaire's taken that spot you wanted. They can fit on the other side, but it's going to be a lot more difficult because you're entirely exposed to Mansion. Deprot left behind, unfortunately. He was expendable in that push for Extraordinaires. Either he'll go down to blue, or he'll go down to something else. FTF making this push. They don't want you to sit here and just survive. They don't want you to sit here and be a nuisance to FTF later on in the game. They're going to deal with you. They're going to take you out. They're going to make this push happen. And so far, it's working in their favor.
Jervis getting aggressive. No frag grenades, but peeks down, tries to see if he can spot anything. There's so much smoke everywhere. How was still in there, but it's a trick that gets the knock on to Jervis. Now gets the kill into the front. AAP still picking up the kills. 9 now, almost double digits. Making the most of this game, and still 4 players alive as well. And still haven't really pushed in towards Skyguard. Trick trying to just find a position where you get that first aid kit off, and he cannot. CJ goes big, double kill, 12 now for AAP, and suddenly kind of pressure back onto Panic here. Despite the fact that Panic have had themselves a decent game, Archangel Predator finally have responded after a multitude of poor performances. This has gone huge for them. 12 kills, 2 points behind the top 3, and they're not done yet. And they've still got a decision as to where they want to position themselves as they push in.
Well, they just gave themselves the answer. You can play under Skyguard now if you wanted to. It's pretty much clean. FTF isn't really contesting it anymore. Extraordinaire was destroyed on entry. And that's exactly what AAP are doing right now. Game plan secured for AAP. End game, not necessarily. And Panic on that north. They've been here that whole time, defending inside that forest. Now they're just looking to third party everyone as they exit Mansion. This is mutually assured destruction for basically everyone inside Mansion. Pinados are on the very edge. They might be able to claim the most kills here, survive the longest out of all these teams. Sig's already down outside that window in front of JO. Pinados in a decent spot to just survive for a moment. Nice shots from JO too. As soon as Maxaurus exits, it's a double heady off the back of that barrel. VIP trying to play on the edge too. Thrust finally fall. No chance at them getting out of that flat top. Now it's just VIP and Pindados. Panic not being able to third party any of this at the moment. Not really even getting close to wanting to push towards Mansion. Maybe they've got other plans in mind. Certainly doable, but not in their plans at the moment.
Down to the final 6 teams remaining. With 1 more minute until phase 7. Panic, well, with 7 kills as well themselves, talk about needing to have gotten those kills because, of course, Archangel Predator have been able to close that gap pretty quickly. Almost as quickly as Panic were able to actually get that 10-point gap. Now it's already dissipated. They are trying to get this smoke off so he can get the revive on a Hatchie or even maybe the pickup and then drag him into the building. As VIP Esports have done well to survive over towards Mansion, but now it's time to come out and take the fight over towards Pindados and Panic. And hand with a knock on to 6 shots. Really playing well over towards Skygun. I think there's a real threat here in that AAP could actually go on and win this game. 4 players still up, starting to get control of Skygun. And it's not even a case of, you know, playing down below where you could be then cannon fodder later on. They're getting full control of this. They're in a good position, and there's no other team that can really backfill in behind them or third party them. This could be a massive game. And suddenly you look at FTF, Russell, and they're no longer safe on the leaderboard. They could actually get dropped out of the top 3 by the end of this game.
That's what we want. Exciting stuff.
Not if you're FTF.
Not if you're FTF, absolutely not. Erangel hasn't been their home ground, at least for the first couple games. SGD also losing a couple members, making it hard for them to survive here. That flat top's been so good for them. Better now that they've knocked Algin Bots. Current top fragger in the tournament, I believe, down inside that office. Zhao Hux with a nasty angle behind that car through that window. Another headshot too, but they've traded basically equal damage. And so they both back off to heal. Flashes through the window just to dissuade them from peeking anymore. Molly into the top. Maybe that would have been better done inside the office. Maybe can help Alec maneuver around the bottom floor here, but regardless, he's so blind. How many flashes is that? Like 9 or 10 flashes just chucked through those bottom floor windows. AAP have all the utility from all those bodies from earlier on, and they are putting it to good use. Those players are so blind inside that bottom floor. Healer's been able to avoid every single one though, and now the res comes out.
And only 2 up as well for SGD. So they don't really have the numbers to kind of push out and get aggressive. As soon as that knock happens from AAP onto SGD, that could be the end of them. And Refined Clan And they look very stagnant on the backside of this Skyguarded position, not really getting involved. In fact, they're actually pushing away. Hawks now out onto the balcony as Fritzel does land attack by RFC. Circle has, of course, shifted from this position up north, away from both Skygarden and Mansion. No longer are those two POIs inside of the zone. And AAP have to make a decision as to how they want to play this next circle. This is actually something that could really now benefit Panic because of the way the circle has shifted. And immediately they find themselves in the kill feed. 2 players knocked. SGD is still around. That could be a nuisance, but it is CJ that gets such an important knock onto Healer. Tags coming from RFC. Maybe AAP won't be able to follow up on that knock, but CJ goes for it anyway. Doesn't even get punished by Hawks. Eventually knocked down by 6 shots. As Archangel Predator go once again, and this time they confirm it. 2 more kills. And just like that, FTF are now 4 points away from being knocked out of the top 3. Make it 3 points. But CJ falls to the blue. Panic have also lost 2 players. Pivy's down. So is Lightwork. Dusky going for the revive. And Suspect now comes to help out on the backside as Pindados are starting to push in. Suspect doesn't really have any intel, any information. Dusky, though, with a big knock, he got off the res. But on the other side of Refined Clan, they are just under so much of the bump. But Dusky comes up big again. Man. He keeps doing it this tournament.
Every time. Guys, unreal. I was about to say, I feel like AAP have maximized what they've got this game, but Panic certainly have. 12 kills from this spot. Pincered on both sides, having to fight back and forth, just hoping that they survive. Down to a duo again, but Dusky bailing them out of bad situations. Time and time again. Erangel certainly is Panic's map. No doubt about that.
Jeez.
RFC Clan still alive as well. Yeah, AAP certainly maximized. The fact that they're still alive here, I feel like is kind of crazy. Considering how exposed they were up on top of that ridge. RFC and Panic both shooting at them. Pindados, if they wanted to turn around, they could take them out too. So AAP should be ecstatic with what they've got now.
Yeah.
And they're in a spot to get even more.
Panic had a 21 deficit from the future starting tonight. They're already 2 points clear of them. That is a 23-point turnaround against the team in 2 matches, of which this game is still going. Headshot onto Suspect, but gets behind the tree. Not inside of the circle, and Dusky eventually gets knocked by Algebot. Well, will Refined Clan play spoiler, or can Archangel Predator find a significant win? Split that 1-1. And with that, from the future, are out of the top 3 with a 20-point advantage coming into tonight. Within 2 games, they're now out of the top 3. How quickly that turns.
But Refined Clan looking like they're going to get the win. AAP with a fantastic couple knocks onto the initial. If Alec goes, I'm going to lose my mind.
Alec?
If he gets this headshot, no way. That spray actually connects.
Pulls out the SLR. 8 times in hand. AP at the rock. Alec has to go quick to make up ground. Well, he certainly can. Even if this revive is clean, he can still win the 1 versus 2 up close. Flash goes out. Second one to follow. The revive has only just started. He can spray 14 bullets in the chamber. It's not a lot. 7 bullets left. Now out of bullets. In a 1 versus 2, 6 shots has to get a heal up, but AP's clean on the other side of the rock and eventually wins it for Refined Clan, the team in the bottom 2, the team that has struggled all tournament long, finally gets a win. But the real story is about these 2 teams. Panic and Archangel Predator have thrown this tournament into disarray. From the future, are out of the top 3 with 4 games to go.
Sorry, RFC, but you're going to have to be pushed to the sideline a little bit because that was an insane game from both teams. I mean, Panic putting themselves up in that forest played excellently to kind of maximize what they had, and third party, the teams around them, get out of that forest as well, fighting both Pindados and a couple of the teams as well who tried to get involved. RFC, mainly, they survived a very long time exiting that forest. And then AAP as well. We thought they were probably dead a couple times over before they got to underneath Skygarden there. And then from there, I felt like they maximized what they had. They pretty much did what they needed to do. They killed SGD as they came out of the flat top, and then from that point, that's job done. They can die at that point, but they survived even longer and put themselves in a spot to win that game. That's just insane from them. But I guess credit to AP. Those were some nice dragging off shots towards the end there, and Refined Clan put in the work to get that win.
Yeah, a tremendous game and a very fun way to kind of close out Erangel for this tournament. But don't fret, still 4 matches remaining. It's just Erangel that's done. Of course, Tago, Vikendi, Miramar, all to come after the break. You obviously don't want to go too far. We've got a massive race for the top 3. FTF out 1 game, then it's AAP, then it's Panic. They've all had their time in the top 3 and out of it. But all that matters is who's in it by the end of tonight. We'll go to break when we come back. Tago on the other side.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tago. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The race at the top of the standings continues to heat up, and now, of course, FTF find themselves right in that race for all of the wrong reasons, from a comfy 20-point cushion to out of the top 3. We thought coming into tonight, Russ, it was going to be about Panic, AAP, and Maven Extraordinaire. We didn't even really factor in FTF all that much, at least into potentially dropping out of the top 3. Well, alas, 2 games in, Erangel done, and they are out of that top 3. Now, in terms of the, well, I guess the fact maybe they're not actually out of it if they're actually tied. But, I mean, we had the leaderboard at the end of the game, which got me all, excited for it. We didn't really have the tiebreakers factored into that live leaderboard. But nevertheless, the conversation really now pertains to FTF, regardless from here on out. For Extraordinaire, they're not necessarily out of it, because we've already kind of seen what Panic and AAP have been able to do in just those 2 games. If they can replicate that now, say over Tago and Vikendi, then obviously they can get right back into it. But they've got a lot more work to do. In regards to like your thrusts and your VIPs, their time is basically done. That race at the top is very much down to 3 or 4 teams. So clearly, though, it is going to be an exciting race to the finish with 4 games remaining.
Yeah, it's surprisingly top heavy to be counting out a few of those teams we mentioned at the top of the show already is kind of crazy. But the teams that on paper should be doing well have just kind of picked it up in the first couple of games, bar FTF. And it's funny because they passed the eye test so often. Night 1, we were so convinced that they had incredible fundamentals, and then going into tonight, it seems like they're just falling apart. Versing Bliss time and time again seems like they're kryptonite at the moment. But yes, it does mean we have a 3-horse race for 2 and 3, which is absolutely fantastic. Maybe probably Bliss have locked in number 1, but 2 and 3 is still very much up for grabs.
Yeah, and they're pretty much locked in top 3 as well, which is the main takeaway point anyway, if you are Bliss. I mean, first is obviously what you really want from this position. It'd be kind of weird to not finish in first, for example, but I just don't see that actually happening. Tago, we go. By the end of this, we're halfway through the final night already. It does go quite quick, so you don't really get that much time to sometimes always enjoy it. In this case, I very much just want to say firsthand, these can be the kind of tournaments, the way that it's shaping up, that are really down to the fine margins, the inches, Ross, where these games matter so significantly. You think about how many times we've had these sort of tournaments in APAC, in SEA, when we get down to that final game and we're talking about 1 or 2 points and we're excited and we're all giddy. Well, if you want to avoid that as a team, as a player, this is where you've got to do it. Tago, Vikendi, then into that game of Miramar. You don't want to go into that final game thinking, oh my God, we've got to go and get 10 points, or oh my God, it's all tied. You want that 20-point cushion final game sitting in second. You're comfy, you're done. And arguably, I think out of Panic, FTF, and AAP, one of those teams you would think statistically by game 6 should at least be in that comfy second place position. Then it's down to the others for third. You want to be that team. It starts now. These games are so important.
Yeah, I mean, put any map in place of Tago and Vikendi, and the narrative is exactly the same. These are very crucial games. The playing path is kind of fair, to be honest with you. Mostly fair to all these teams, so they probably will be able to play the macro game plan they've got in the back of their head. Bliss going towards that northern island, kind of not really contested. It looks like Odium and Trident might fight for cars, but I don't think they're going to hot drop each other. Repugnance and the rest of Odium very much away from Trident, it looks like, at least to the south of them, which might not exactly be what Odium want. They might want that northern loot, but they're stuck with the compounds for the moment. I got a message from Maka middle of last game that said they're here to make it difficult for the top teams to get done what they need to get done, which is the exact attitude I want to see from Odium, even though they are in last place and even though they suffered last night only having 3. It's the champions mentality, and it makes me a very happy boy. Kind of not necessarily a 50-50 circle, maybe 60-40, something like that. Northern Ireland not favored. Mainland certainly is favored, but we are aware that the circles, at least if my information is still up to date, they kind of are still broken, so maybe water shift is a little iffy. Either way, even if it isn't broken, I'm certain we can still land ourselves a very crazy circle. It shifts, favoring that mainland phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then all of a sudden goes to the north phase 4, something like that, and I'm all here for it.
It feels like the most common circle on Tago. I mean, we don't get to see much of Tago, Russ, because it's only 1 a night. And so therefore it doesn't stack up as many times in our heads and that kind of eye test as Erangel and Miramar. But I feel like every time I cast Tago, it is this kind of circle, that 50-50 split. You think about Palace, for example, Fishing Camp, Terminal, It's always the same POIs. I don't really see all that often really much else, but I think it's the nature of the map because there's so much water surrounding that entire western side of the circle. You don't really see that much of those kind of western POIs. Every now and then you might go south to like a Hohyang or to the east like an airport, but other than that, this central part of the map is honestly very prevalent.
I'd like to see it go off to the east a lot more, like be able to have the circle kind of go over there, potentially even go off the map just a little bit, just so we actually get to see that part of the map a lot more often. Same story with the south too. I feel like the south of Tego can give us some pretty exciting games. There are still some areas on this map that you could argue need to be buffed up a little bit. Put some trees in there, put some hard cover in there for teams to play around. I feel like the fields, you can make that argument for, although every time we get into a field ending, you've always got the corners of those fields that you can car forward up in, and usually you've got kind of these little ridges that you can run behind in the fields, and so usually there's some decent cover that you can work with in the fields, but there's certainly some open plains, especially near that swamp area down southwest, where you can basically see through, you know, this like 400-meter line. You just ADS and you can see 400 meters away from you very clearly. So areas like that need to be cleaned up, I think, but for the most part, Tego's pretty damn fair, and yeah, I do want to see variation in the circles as much as possible. I feel like Shipyard's almost a Zaki in the sense where you never really see an ending up there, but when you do, it's pretty exciting.
Speaking of excitement, panic, FTF, AAP. That's the heavy focus. So in terms of tiebreakers, Russ, of course, points is the tiebreaker when it comes to these tournaments, and hence why initially the leaderboard didn't factor it in to close the game. Now it does factor it in to start this one. And so something to kind of keep in mind in terms of these tiebreakers, because they are so close, but there is also still plenty of games, you know, to be played, 4 in total, including this. And so therefore we probably don't get too deep into that conversation just yet, but always something to keep in mind. You want those placement points if you can have them to separate you if required. And we've already seen so many times in APAC and SCA, these kind of tournaments come down to these kind of calculations far too often for my liking, to be honest.
Always when you and I are casting too, we're the ones who have to do the math. AAP very spread, very spread. Almost makes me nervous that they're this spread this late into the rotations. That is danger close for Simoy as he's in this compound. Hits the initial couple shots, but no more to be landed. He's got to make his way up this hill, but he's got enough terrain to cover him from the DMR shots. I say that, I could be eating my own words right now. The tree line's got to do Simoy wonders, and it does. He escapes. But yeah, back to that AAP split. LPL_play for the map stream. And if you're looking at it right now, it probably makes you a little bit nervous too. There's so much potential for AAP to just lose one to a 4-man breach right now. But they are remaining stoic, remaining confident in their split. And if that's the game plan they want to go for, then who am I to tell them what to do? Alec all by his lonesome up here northeast of Palace. Going to start making his way back down. Maybe now is the timing they finally decided to group up.
All right, to the 6-minute mark. Still no real action pertaining to this particular game. No deaths, no eliminations. Tazzy. You know, the gap very much too big. 40 points, 4 games. If you're VIP, for example, Extraordinaire still in the conversation. Going to have to go big. You're in Tego and Vikendi. From the future, though. What a nightmare start to the night. After a 20-point cushion. 6 games to go. We know mathematically that's never a given, but they just haven't been able to really get going so far tonight. And alas, now find themselves in this predicament where they are tied with Archangel Predator. So 48 points, 48 placement points for From the Future, 36 for Archangel Predator, and 41 for Panic. Now, there's more than enough games still remaining, but that's actually quite a large gap in terms of the placement point differential, Russ. So I guess in the world for FTF, if it does come down to a tiebreaker, they're sitting a little bit prettier than the other 2 teams.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if it does. I mean, when we've been watching them, right, if you just pit them against Panic, it seems like FTF are more consistently getting into that placement point territory than Panic. If Panic's going to have a bad game, they're going to have a real bad game, right? So, makes sense. AAP still splitting. Still very much spread. 2 in Palace. I guess they are kind of close to each other. CJ's on that southern coast of Palace, and 2 of AAP is inside Palace. And I don't think anyone's going to be breaching inside Palace right now with the mentality that they have no other option. That's just not going to happen. So in that sense, AAP are safe. And since I last checked them, they've definitely grouped up a lot more. But we're seeing a bit of a standoff between Zen and Trident. Trident is controlling Zen's bridge. It is that bridge that has a high side and a low side. And so Zen can choose what angle they want to take. But Trident's ready for both. Rain on the bottom side. Mirage Jeff on the high side. Cherry back off in the background just in case one of them gets past. He's kind of that backup plan. He's also doubling as an information gatherer too. So Trident ready for this. I think Zen have spotted Trident, but I don't think Trident have spotted Zen, which could make this interesting.
Yeah, it certainly could. Unfortunately for Trident, I think they're probably too far away from getting into the money. 58 points, and you probably need to, I mean, by the end of the night, get to what? Maybe 90 points, 90, 95, 100 or so. I don't know. It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah.
But that top 8 is actually very stacked. 79 and 79 on 7th and 8th, VIP and Thrust. Thrust well and truly down out of that conversation regarding top 3 after coming into tonight. Somewhat close enough. Now, certainly no longer. Would be a little bit disappointing as well for Thrust to miss out on top 8 altogether. Sweet soul here for Team Immunity. Bottom 3, but could get themselves out of the bottom 3 with a decent couple of results. Boomy's now tied with them. Trident only 10 points ahead. And SGD, the new look SGD, not really good enough, unfortunately, this tournament. A couple of good moments here or there. Certainly middle of the pack, rightfully so, as per the leaderboard, but too crazy. Not like the old roster. And now we fight. SGD and Immunity. Spot up. Easy one for Jervis. Sweet Soul had no idea. Oh, good standing start there for Jervis. As soon as he popped up, got the knock. Rems has smokes. Such is the case with these Tago fights as well. They can kind of start and then stop as we get the circle pop here for phase 2. And it's a pretty nice one for the mainland. And yes, Palace is still in, but there's not enough of that Northwest Island terminal. Also just a little bit in as well. But it's also field play, Russ. Like, that's not really ideal for the teams themselves.
You can bank on that main island, but yeah, a big chunk of that is an open field with a massive hill next to it that a lot of teams will be able to just snipe you from. So not entirely pretty for everyone, but at least it does go to that mainland. We don't get anything too crazy. Not just yet, at least. Community did get that res, right? So not able to capitalize on the knock from Jervis, and now Antic X want to get involved. For Antic X right now, you just got to get kills, and this is a perfect opportunity. Rems has opened it up again, traded in the favor of Immunity this time round, and Antic X, they smell blood, but they want to go away, I think. At least that's what I'm seeing on the mini-map. Bit of a weird decision. Maybe they see Pindados coming in. That would make sense. This is a bigger priority, especially if Pindados were to breach. Oh, Sands, buddy. Proning might have been the best option. All gillied up for him right now. Prone in that grass, let them go past. And they have done just that. Maybe more shots coming out from Immunity. Antic X, remember, still an unknown quantity in that fight.
So I can't find anything on the drive-by with the K2. Does find Trick driving by on the motorbike. Makes his way into the fence line. Happy knocked by Tazzy. Big fight here for FTF, and they've lost Happy completely. One still outside of the building. VIP are more than capable in these kind of close-range engagements. That nade. Big radius, bit of damage. Tazzy with one in hand, but then the Panzerfaust. Samoy hits the front door, and Tazzy will go down. The explosion radius too strong on that. Saar also losing that fight. From the future, turning it around. After losing Happy very early on. Molotov in, spectator bug, door was open. Fury now just trying to hold the angle. Trick will get the finish onto Saar. 3 still up from the future, and Trick got the heal. Suddenly from the future have actually kind of turned their fortunes around here, because it started to look quite bad to begin with. I think that Panzerfaust onto Tazzy really changed the course of this fight.
Yeah, that was a legendary Panzerfaust. Tazzy will be incredibly confused, as you said, that blast radius. But they've got to finish it off. They can't let themselves struggle to find the willpower to run inside these buildings and actually finish that fight off. Meanwhile, Team Bliss continue to farm points. Odium, the victim of them. Refined Clan trying to make that move into SGD as well. One of those players on the roof. That's got to be good defense. And I think, yeah, that was Jervis opening it up from that roof onto Da Vinci's. And of course, the offensive utility will now come out, almost doubling his defensive utility, but it could easily get that flush and potentially another one. Orkran's knocked himself with a nade. If they start to crumble in this fight now, a fight that they had the advantage on, it's going to be even more devastating and potentially tell us a lot more about FTF's future, in their future tonight. SGD still doing their best to defend. Yeah. I mean, on that roof, right? What can you do if you're RFC all the way down there? It's almost that perfect angle from that roof, straight looking down onto that little deflate there.
One tap trying to find an angle. Two different fights happening at the moment. No surprise with this phase 2 circle, which is about to become phase 3. I do imagine, though, it'll probably just center up on the fields and probably keep us in a very similar position, as One Tap got third party by Extraordinaire. Handy point there for Kai and his team. They need all of the points that they can get. That circle, by the way, shifted all the way up to the north. Field's in play, but so is Terminal. And a couple of hills as well. So there's a little bit more playable terrain rather than just kind of centering up into the water river with the fields. That north side now becomes very playable. Very strong position for Thrust. See what they can accomplish from it for this match. Snox trying to find the angle onto Textile of Team Immunity. SGD, of course, still have got Refined Clan basically at the front door. And all of those teams fighting Southside, you know, Extraordinaire, VIP, FTF, now have to kind of break off of this fight, Russ, and make their way to the next circle, which is quite a distance away up north.
Extraordinaire have done just that. Right now, they've realized that the priority is much, I mean, it's just their positioning right now. Screw that fight. It's a fight that's on the edge of zone. You can net yourself a couple kills, but yeah, this zone isn't really forgiving. If you're going to come in late, you're not going to have many options. There is a little bit to play, so you want to give yourself the best shot. Trident driving past, yeah, we've decided that that's not really what we want to do right now. That compound's taken, boys. Let's just leave them to take that fight, but they've turned themselves right into Zen. Disaster right now for Trident. Where do they go? Mirage has been separated from the rest of his team. They've got to go entirely separate ways. I suppose for Mirage right now, if he can get out of this car and survive, he might be able to get some info, but this is not the spot to stop. He had no choice, though. Car's on fire, tires popped, exposed to basically everywhere right now. The smoke will give him a little bit of time to play with. Hopefully that car doesn't land on his head. And Mirage survives miraculously. That's insane. And information gathered, I suppose, for the rest of Trident, but still not good enough. RFC still suffering at the hands of SGD.
Jervis with the knock onto AP as well, further compounding now RFC's disadvantage down to 1. AP finished off by Jervis, and Snox will get the final kill onto Fritzl. So Annihilation has all 4 kills stowed away on SGD. Nice little win against Refined Clan, of course, who won the previous game. Can't quite go back-to-back. FTF, Samoy knocked. Trick, though, gets the kill onto Tazzy, which will finish off VIP. So they were unable to be successful against FTF, which has got them back up into second. This now keeps Archangel Predator, of course, out of the top 3 momentarily. Although for From the Future, what is the longevity of this game for them? Only 2 players remaining. Panic 3, AAP 4. So even though AAP might be outside of the top 3 right now, at least they've got 4 players up. They are healthy. They can maybe survive the whole game. Although they might go straight to Team Bliss. That is a late swap from there, but he does get the run over onto Waikik and Mukau. Alec is also very low in this kind of fight. Algin bots can't control the vehicle. Flips and everything. Barrel rolls and everything. That is just a travesty for Archangel Predator. A total balls up on the push into Bliss. They will remain outside of the top 3, and they get 0 points from this game of Tago.
That was just 1-by-1 shambles. I'll flip the car. I'll whiff the M249 spray. I'll die, but I'll get the run over. Like, nah, that stuff's never worth it. They sent it in 1-by-1, not really together, meaning the trades couldn't come in. They had to take those fights individually, and Bliss will take those wins every day of the week. Not entirely perfect from AAP, and up against a team like Bliss, that's almost what you have to be. So Bliss get fed more points, that gap increases. At FTF, yeah, you mentioned them earlier. That fight is so scrappy for them, they end up with only 2. Luckily for them, one of those competing teams is out in AAP, and Panic isn't necessarily that much better off. They've got 3. And so the fight is still very much on. Another team run over from Team Immunity. Textile onto Rems, flick onto Company Man. The zone continues. SGD here trying to go down that road. Find himself somewhere in the field he can sit, but as much as you can set yourself up in these fields, I don't know about it if you're a solo. Oftentimes you actually have to kind of find that hard cover if you're a solo just to survive. I think this field is complex enough that maybe he could have found an angle, but he didn't. Extraordinaire, one of those teams that at the start of the night was on the cusp, will claim him. Extraordinaire have certainly fallen off, though. At least they haven't been as good as everyone else around them. I guess that's the story, right? Everyone else around teams like Extraordinaire and Thrust and Pindados have just been better than those other teams, and that's why they're up in that top 3 right now.
Rams finished off by Carbs. Atchy, ambitious with the shots onto Kens, but you always got to give yourself a chance. As Flick will finish off Company Man. 3 kills now for Thrust. I mentioned them a little bit a while ago, where of course they had that northern side positioning. Well, they got a little bit of an infiltration now by Extraordinaire. Good spray from 6 to the How. That is clean with the AUG. That always makes you feel good when you're sharp with those shots. How will go down away from the rest of his team. Already on a roster that desperately needs to have these, well, utterly perfect games. Losing one means that the perfection level's now hindered for the remainder of Taego, despite the fact that Extraordinaire really aren't in a bad position. I'm a little bit questionable as to kind of what they've done here. They're not really moving. They're not aiming to help How. They're not doing much. They're not taking space. Kai also playing as an anchor by himself down south. The Bront and Murayama aren't really doing much either. It's a very stagnant kind of play style right now from Extraordinaire.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they could have taken this fight against Thrust a lot more directly rather than just sitting on the side of the hill and letting Thrust walk all over you. I mean, look at the angles that Thrust have to play with, and look at the position that Extraordinaire have put themselves in. It's so clearly a Thrust win, and one of them stopped as well to get some information. He was taken down by Sigs, and Sigs is looking to continue that form. Defensive utility coming out. Hopefully, Sigs will avoid that. He won't help his team out anymore, but yeah, I agree. Doesn't look too good from Extraordinaire. Looked like they were on the defensive when really they should have been on the offensive. Speaking of offensive, Kai's here up against Odium, a 1v2 ahead of him. The angles aren't really favoring him though, and neither is the health. The utility from Odium is fantastic to stop him from doing anything, and more is coming out as well. He only had really a flash to play with, and he gets taken down incredibly easily. Disha claims him, and Thrust will move back up to the top of that hill, and that hill, by the way, that Thrust owns is incredibly good in this circle.
So down to the final 8 teams. Bliss, 7 kills, 3 alive, 40-something point gap, 3 games to go up to this. Lock them in. First place is done. We kind of leave it really into the last minute to say these kind of things. You know, you don't really want to have that egg on your face, but there is no world in which we're going to be seeing anyone else dislodge them from that top spot. Straight to the finals of the APAC Qualifiers for PGS 3 and 4. Top prize pool as well. And that fight for second and third, though, still well and truly on, and a close one at that. Even despite AAP's failure in this game to get anything, they're still only 5 points behind FTF because they only got the 5 kills. Panic themselves as well. No kills, 3 players up, but they can start to get some placement points. They're not really going to get that far ahead. So with 3 games to go, the race hasn't really changed that much in terms of the margins.
What's rough for Panic as well is that they're sat in that compound on that northern side. They can't really extend out because then Thrust is going to tell them no by the virtue of bullets, and then they'll have to back off back into that compound. And if they try to extend out a little bit to see if they can shoot down into the field, I mean, they're just not high enough. They might be able to see off in the very distance. Maybe if a team lands close to Panic's compound, they can get something done, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think the defilades and ridges in those fields are too high for Panic to be able to see over them and get those kills. Thrust, on the other hand, they've got full control. Shooting gallery for them, especially if this circle shifts north for them. Again, it could be one of those games where Thrust get fed one of those perfect circles, those dream circles that you hope for as a PUBG player, where you're just up on high, DMR spamming to your heart's content, and hitting those shots too on little ants running off in the distance in very open fields. But we're not at that point yet. Thrust might have a much harder game, and if Thrust have a harder game, if Thrust were to be taken off that top hill, taken out of the driver's seat, that kind of opens it up for Panic, because I feel like then Panic has the next best spot.
Yeah, it'd be massive for them. It'd be still an opportunity to, get a little bit of that gap going into the last 3 games. Crazy 9 has got some really good information here for Pindados Esports. 4-man team with a 2-1-1 split, controlling south side, basically praying. Then in 25 seconds time, they get themselves a very southern hard shift rather than a north shift in which they have to then traverse the rest of the fields. which is on the flip side, though. Panic want that north shift. They want to be able to keep this compound in for as long as possible. Well, there's a freebie. Tig's caught in the back. He's going to get flushed as well by Pivy. There's a handy point for Panic. That's why you guys just got to keep sharp the whole way through. Yes, you're in a building, but it's not really just about sitting in that corner. Where does it go? Centers up, Donut. Still onto Bliss, but that compound's still in as well for Panic. Whereas for Pindados Esports, okay, these little ridges no longer in. Now you got to get moving. What's next? Car forts? Is there another ridge that you can play off of? Already still getting shot by Max Orris and Thrust from this hill, but they too now need to move as well.
Should still be plenty of ridges to play. Even if you have to sit prone behind your car or use those very small ridges, it should still be playable. I feel like Sigs, by the way, oftentimes just goes off on his own and dies, or maybe it's Blessed I'm getting him confused with. Either way, definitely an interesting play. Put himself in the line of sight of Panic. I guess he thought that corner was free, and as soon as he realized it wasn't free, a nice run over. If that was unintentional, that's incredibly hilarious, but I guess we didn't see it. But yeah, for Sigs, unfortunately, put himself in the line of sight. Wanted to take that corner. He realized it was a power position to take, but one of the Bliss players was already there, and obviously getting shot in the back by Panic.
That's back pull up. As soon as they just came to a screeching halt, Disher and Big Boy Mac are dead immediately.
Yep.
Needed a bit of that slow move forward. Punya with a good angle onto Textile. Almost that he was going to do. One close left, yeah. Can't just rush. You get the knock, you get a little bit bloodthirsty. But you got to be very much careful of your surroundings. Talk about an acute angle. Carbs with the knock onto Killaroo. A little bit quiet tonight, Antic X, and, well, rightfully have kind of dropped down the leaderboard as well because of it. Killaroo also dropped and probably going to die now. At least those shots making it more likely he'll bleed out to Carbs after finding that initial knock. 6 kills now for Pindados Esports. Up into 6th place. And actually just about to overtake Extraordinaire. So, really hard to see Maven Extraordinaire keeping pace with the top 3 now. Nice shot from Punya. Cleaned out Sweet Salt. Yep. Very good game sense. Down to 5 teams remaining. Jumping up and around, though, never a good idea. Punya gives himself away as a target. Jo was able to land a couple of shots as the frag grenade thrown out. 2 more in pocket. Now 1 more. So double frag throw, but unsuccessful. Neither of them able to hit the mark, or at least get the knock. I think one of them may have got a bit of a tag onto Punya. Crazy Knight. Wow, Insight. That was clean with a mini. Crazy Knight just caught out in the open. Insight will punish him every day of the week. Bliss just comfortably once again racking up another high point performance game. 8 kills up to 170. Max Oris on 5 HP for Thrust. Expecting maybe the flank from the other side of the building, but it was through the window initially. There is that said flank for Panic. Shotgun to the face. And Panic, 10-point gap to Archangel Predator, once again re-established as it was back in Erangel. And now 5 points clear of FTF, starting to really run home into that 2nd place with 3 games remaining after this. They're doing everything they can to get themselves to the APAC quals.
Their compound is still in as well. Bliss isn't going to push them, so they've got plenty more points to gain. Pindados, they were looking like the other threat in this lobby. They were the other team with 4 up. No longer. They're down to 3 with 1 knocked. They were doing so well on this side of the field until Bliss got involved. It's always until Bliss gets involved, isn't it? Jo's down very close up front. Cow again with the Groza. Hachi goes down. Stolen by Punya, but damage dealt. Pindados fall. What looked like a potential threat just dealt with by basically everyone in the lobby, teamed up on by Antic, Panic, and Team Bliss. So Pindados fall. Bliss, Panic, Antic, they'll get those extra placement points. Very valuable for a team like Panic.
God.
That knock is nice, but it's not going to do much. They'll get that res very quickly. No reason for Team Bliss to push that. And I think if Team Bliss are aware, if they start to push this, well, 1 suspect is on the roof, but 2, Antic X is still very much in the lobby, and they should have angles. Akita, no chance. He leaves the safety of that ridge and pushes up towards this compound. Minimum, you get in nade range.
That they can still get quite a lot. The fact they could win this game, which would really put them in such a solid position going into the last 3 games. If you go out right now, then the gap is only 12 points to AAP, and that's not as significant. Still quite nice. So far, it's been 3 from 3, though, for Panic Russ. 3 for 3 for a team that has probably lacked consistency throughout the tournament, despite the fact they're up into 2nd now. Their big games are big. They can still have those little drop-off games, though. But so far, none of them have been bad. None of them have been those drop-off games. They've been pretty much clean all 3 games now for the final night. That's why exactly they are into second with a good 12-point gap to AAP. Bliss, how do they play this? I mean, they're dead center. They don't have to push Panic. They've got a good ridge. Panic, arguably, will eventually need to push into Bliss.
It's going to go down to phase 9. You can see it centering up on that ridge that Cow's sitting on right now, and then the Stars just on top of it on that dirt road. You can see that happening. And yeah, it's weird for Panic, right? Usually they're consistent. To me, this tournament they haven't been, but finally maybe we're seeing peak Panic on the final night. Better late than never. One of them, Pivy, is just running in the open field. He's seen a timing. He has seen a timing, and it's a godlike timing too. Got bushes to play around, ridges to LOS. Anti-X not peeking. They didn't spot him on him leaving, and they definitely weren't spotted by Team Bliss. This is so good from Pivy. If he times this to perfection and gets the LOSs that he needs, that's one member of Bliss down, that's one member of Antics down, and he's got this ridge and crates to survive behind. But if not, that loses the game for Panic. Necessary though, because they're out of the zone right now.
Yeah, risk-reward factor too as well. Always got to take that into account. You may feel as if it's a bold
The reward
play,
is worth it right now.
Yeah, exactly. The bold play is what's going to get you the bold win though. You sit back, you're a little bit nervous, you're not sure what to do, you kind of come in late, you're probably going to lose, you get nothing anyway. Right now, they don't have much to lose. The Suspect gets the initial knock on the inside. Trade should come through from Unye, of all people. No, Dusky just barely able to survive. Then pulls out the AUG, the spray can't hit. Man is hidden. Good start for Panic Esports, but the revive is going to be swift. The question is, what to Panic do off of this while they move down? Akita can't see anything because of the smokes, but eventually, as they push out the smokes, they're out into the open. And with that, it's a double knockdown. Panic obviously tried the bold play. Pivy stays prone. At this point, now probably needs to stay hidden and unknown.
Damn. You almost want Pivy to stand up and do something, but if he just goes down out of nowhere, then that's Panic dead, right? Oh, is he spotted? Punye spotted him. 100% spotted him. Basically staring at him through the grass, right? He was clear as day on our screens, but Punye is obviously looking at his cross, so he didn't spot him.
No,
oh my.
He is scouting out to see what he can find, knowing that there is still one up for Panic, but not exactly sure as to where he is. Pivy, of course, fully aware as to Punye's location. Phase 9 we go. One thing I will say, though, for Panic, it's all about hoping that Bliss will push and clear out Antic-X so that Pivy can get at least second place. That's the best case scenario now for them to get a couple of extra points. When you think about Game 6, you think about Game 6 and the tied scores and tiebreaker and all these calculations. These are where 1 and 2 points make such a big difference in the grand scheme of a tournament. Can Pivy hold on to get Panic Esports into second place? Arguably not much he can do. It's more onto what Bliss does against Antic and vice versa.
Stars on that dirt road. Nikita's controlling it right now. Bliss, nice spread to deal with every single angle. They've got that intersection and they're controlling it nicely. Defensive utility comes out. They've saved these. 2 nades and a molly on Cow. And even more utility that's going to clean up Antic-X. Perfect from inside, just down to Pivy. He's got second. Job done. He's announcing himself. He's announcing himself. I mean, he knows they've locked it in. He did his job, got second, but it's Bliss with a 15 kill win.
Not often that you'll see that in a kind of grand final in a major tournament.
Find him.
Pop the shots out into the air and say, all right, well, you got me. I've made it to second anyway. I'm not winning the 1v3.
That's not sportsmanlike.
I mean, come on. You got to give yourself some kind of chance. You get an initial knock, then it's a 1v2. Like, we've seen 1v3s before, but...
I mean, if we're thinking about it, that might actually have been like a kind of rough decision. Because what if it does come down to that tiebreaker or something happens, like that?
Right? If they lose by a point and it's like, oh, maybe I could have got 1 kill there. Like, even 1 kill just because, like, you know, Bliss were pushing me and I got 1 on the right side angle as they were, like, coming out of a smoke or something, or they got over Zala. So something to keep in mind. A bit of a strange decision. But I think in the heat of the moment, he's probably just like more so happy that they got second, because that was the goal. I mean, I said it myself. Like, it was really like a case of, can Panic get second? Can Pivy hold on to get second and survive long enough while Antic then get out of the server? And he did that. And so in that moment, it's probably like, okay, job done. But you probably now look back and go, could have I at least tried to get an extra point here or there? You gain to lose nothing in that moment by going for that. So I'm a little bit surprised, especially when it is so close for second, third, and fourth. I really do hope for his sake and for Panic's sake, it doesn't come down to 1 point. Because you'll go back and watch that moment forever and be like, what if I just tried? You know, what if I went for a kill? Either way, it is a big win for Bliss. They're in first, whatever. We don't care about that. The race for second and third, though, continues to heat up. Panic with another really big performance. They finished second, bunch of kills. They've got themselves a little bit of a cushion as well to AAP, 13 points or so with 3 games to go. When we come back, it's Vikendi.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erengel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
right, race continues to heat up here with the PUBG Challenge Rumble. 3 games to go, halfway through the night already here for Grand Final, Day 3, which is the final day that we've got for this tournament. Final chance coming up. Panic Esports, second place. Probably won't... I don't think we want to probably go on about that pivy moment at the end there, Russ, but we'll come back to it. Game 6. If Panic missed out, that's it. For now, that's fine. Tago, of course, was won by Team Bliss. Logo not there, but heading into Vikendi next for map number 4, where we've got still a couple of teams. Actually, no, I'm ready to start putting some lines through some teams, to be completely honest. Like, maybe Extraordinaire. I don't think they've got what it takes. They clearly haven't shown enough tonight. They needed to probably back on Erangel, didn't. Now the others have started to pull away, so they've probably missed their chance, missed their mark. Does it feel like it's down to just AAP, FTF, Panic?
It's hard not to think that way, right? And I think as well, I mean, last night I was looking at, I think I had Extraordinaire as one of my 3 teams along with Thrust, who could potentially put themselves up in that top 3. And then it's funny how the narrative now all of a sudden changes after those first 3 games. Extraordinaire look, you know, nothing like their kind of peak form from last night. So I was convinced that maybe last night they'd be able to do it going into tonight. Not really the case. And then so yeah, it's very hard, especially, I mean, we're just going off history, right? Like we're going off the history of every previous game we've seen in this tournament, plus the on-paper expectations of these guys. That's kind of what we're basing our judgments off. And if those judgments are correct, then yeah, it's seeming to be a much more limited race than we'd hope.
Yeah, the issue is for me that Maven were actually building strongly throughout this tournament, and they come into tonight, and it's just like, where's that kind of gone? A little bit of a reversion back to their opening couple of games, which is a little bit disappointing. I think even Pendados Esports at this point have almost either overtaken them or almost the same amount of points. Head into Vikendi though for map number 4 for tonight, and suddenly there's not that many chances remaining. There really isn't. Panic started to maybe get a little of a cushion. What is it, like 12 or something points going into the last couple of games? They're in a great spot now that they can kind of kick on, and I like to say, have destiny in their hands. Indeed, it is 13 points the gap now to Archangel Predator, provided that Panic can go and get, say, a solid 7 points a game over the last couple of games. If they were able to do that, let's say including Vikendi, which is then 3 games, so 21 points, that gets them to 150. That means for Archangel Predator, you've got to basically go and get something like 40 points over the last 3 games. That's the task at hand, mathematically, for Archangel Predator. If, of course, that's a big if Panic going average out that kind of point per game average over the last 3 maps.
If they have hot and cold games, right? One hot, one cold, one hot, one cold for these last couple of games, then Panic can certainly do it. But then there's obviously that massive worry that they just have 3 cold games, which they can certainly have. Yeah, 40 points if Panic do have that. That's, it's looking real rough in 3 games for AAP. The thing is, right, I look at all these teams and it's just hit your peak, hit your stride, hit the floor that we know you can hit, that massively, that huge floor in these APAC lobbies that we know you can hit, and you're all good. But it seems to be very difficult when you have teams like Bliss in the lobby who will just run you over every time you come up against them. It's like you can win every single team fight in the game, and then you come up against Bliss and they seem rock solid. So for these guys, they've got to hit their stride, but there's this little roadblock in Team Bliss right now.
Little big roadblock, because they have absolutely dominated this lobby, 184 points. I mean, it's not that crazy to probably think that they've gone and done this of this kind of roster in this kind of tournament. I mean, I don't expect that they're going to be able to replicate this in the PGS APAC Qualifiers, for example, where you're getting then the best of the best from Thailand, Vietnam, Japan, Taiwan, etc. It's going to be a far more difficult ask for Bliss to be able to replicate this sort of performance. They'll be in the mix, and they'll be certainly a team that I think are more than capable of qualifying for PGS 3 and 4, but it's not going to be this free for them. And even then, it hasn't really been free. I think they've just played really well. Like, I think they haven't really made any mistakes, even in games where maybe they've lost a player here or there early, or a fight here or there. Like, they've still scraped points. Like, they just haven't really had many, if any, games where they've gotten only 1 or no points, and that's why they've been so consistent in terms of their point per game average. As we head into Vikendi though, Refined Clan already getting shot at. It's Odium and Refined Clan. Bottom 2 teams having a little bit of an exchangement here. Invis spots one. crashing into the rock, which is the Finch's for Refined Clan. It's only an iron side M416 though, hard to land those shots, and eventually RFC can get away. Northern side circle as well here for Vikendi, which has got Team Bliss absolutely dominating the majority of this P1 circle, and Extraordinaire in and around that conversation. Touched on them a little bit coming into this game, 98 points. Pendados basically, you know, tied with them, 98 points as well. So they're both in the same bracket, if you will, 25 points behind FTF with 3 games to go. This is it, do or die. If you're Extraordinaire and you're Pendados, you go and win this game with 10 kills, you've got a chance. You don't, you're done.
Yeah, agreed, 100% agreed. Pendados is certainly one of those teams I still find excitement in watching. Just kind of come out of nowhere. Yeah, kind of come out of nowhere and just get a massive, massive game, but only seen it once from them this tournament. Yeah, I mean, looking at this circle, you've got that massive frozen river that's towards that western side. Very exciting circles if we were to go that direction, but you've also got that massive mainland that we are more than likely going to head towards. Thank you, observers. This is a fantastic little place to at least observe. Probably not fantastic to play in and around, but you can see all of those divots in the ice. It's fantastic to see those in the game. I suppose there's a chance that they were overlooked and this just becomes this massive open field that is hated by players. But with those divots, with those cracks in the ice, they become very playable. You can park your cars up in there and actually survive into the late game. So it's good to see. It also leads to some very exciting strategies being pulled out from these teams. But we're not at that point yet. Right now, though, like you said, Team Bliss dominating the center of the circle. They can move in as well from that east and group up and still be in a fantastic spot. Extraordinaire close to Akita, though, and you can imagine if they're doing this compound by compound, then the next spot they want to loot is Akita's compound, and that's where Kai's going. I don't think his silent was early enough. I feel like Akita might have heard that. Cal's grouped up as well, and has Kai heard that? Oh, this could get spicy. Kai's definitely heard something. He knows something. People are in and around that compound. He doesn't know how many. He doesn't know who. But it's an opportunity if he's got that element of surprise. That might have been the worst time to take shots I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, you can see here from the overview how difficult it is. But yeah, the timing doesn't really work out. Kai just kind of goes for a one and then done moment and drives away. Nothing wrong with that. Center point of the circle, so you kind of want to, you know, show presence here. I think there's nothing wrong with that. Bliss aren't really that super over-aggressive kind of team where they're like, oh, players over there, let's run over. They very much are like a positional first team. Oh, that shot landing onto Duprot. Alden's like, oh, okay, I'll go for another chance and another shot. And then those ones don't land. With the Mark 12 as AAP pulling up to the cable cars. Not really going in the right direction to take these. You'd be kind of going away from the center point of the circle. Actually, you'd be kind of going right over Panic Esports. At what point do you then as well get to, say, Miramar and think about rotational camping? Is it even going to be a question? If you're an AAP and you're 13 points behind Panic, 2 games to go, does that enter your mind? Does it enter the domain as to how you want to play the last couple of games?
It does. I think it absolutely does. There's enough on the line to justify it, and there's, I mean, the points are close enough to where, the points are close enough but potentially far enough away from each other where a hot drop might be your only solution. So if you're FTF and the points remain kind of similar to Panic, sorry, if you're AAP and you're trying to get to that top 3 and those points remain kind of the same, maybe you're like 5-10 points off, you kind of really don't have any other choice but to hot drop them, just to ensure that they leave the game. I mean, you could play your own game and bank on getting a 15+ point game, but there's other things you can do that are more reliable, especially on Miramar where the rotates are going to be known, right? So you can just weaken them. You don't have to ruin your entire game just to get a couple kills on the team that's above you. So certainly should be in the minds of these guys when we get to Miramar, but before that, we've got to do Vikendi. And Vikendi, we've already said a couple teams are lines crossed out, but we can confirm that after this game.
Yeah, exactly. Shot landing onto one tap from How. Extraordinaire really just at this point need to defend their position as much as they possibly can. Immunity and Boomies meeting again. It feels like these two have met probably the most for each other throughout this tournament. Shot from Textile with the Dragon off, landing onto Company Man, who's been a little bit quiet throughout this tournament. Snox and SGD rotating past Extraordinaire right into their compound. Moriyama on the roof, he's actually a little bit vulnerable if he's jumping around. He's a very easy target to shoot when no one else is really inside of these buildings. He does get the initial knock though onto Jervis, but from a distance, Cow will punish him for playing that very aggressive high position, and he has been eliminated as well by Wakikamukow. It is a long shot indeed. 250 meters away, and Kyle also eliminated to Happy, and just like that, Maven Extraordinaire, that split has been punished. How makes his way in too late, but wants to try and help out Depro coming around the back. Zhao Huck's already landing initial tag. Can he get more? No. Shut down. Depro, handy. Needed to get that one with the barrel. The Maven Extraordinaire can basically say goodbye to top 3 now. With the way that this game has already transpired on Vikendi, this was their last chance, their last hope. And it has ended into a disaster moment. Depro did land the headshot, but here they got the knock onto How, and the numbers are with SGD. If Depro falls here, that's it. With only 2 games remaining, that gap's going to be far too big going into Miramar.
Yeah. He's got to just delay at the moment. But even then, yeah. It's over for Extraordinaire. He'll do his best though. Molotov on the stair through the molly. That can be a dangerous combination. Can end up running through that without seeing it. But not this time round. They're just going to wait. They're going to bide their time, be patient. Team Bliss aren't pushing, so you may as well be patient. Thrust, Blessed is in the middle of the road. Smoke just barely covering him, and Trident have full line of sight. Down goes to Prot. They didn't even need to push him. The nade will finish him off, and yet again, Bliss not needing to push. I mean, it feels like Bliss are just third-partying everything that they come across. I feel like if you're Extraordinaire, you're so annoyed. You just get knocked to Cow off in the distance. You're like, these guys are they're just everywhere. They're everywhere, and they're making our climb to the top incredibly difficult. Mirage has got this rolling car that he can use for cover. Intentional or not, it's allowing him to get closer and closer to his target. In Flick. Nade, actually. He's now in nade range from Flick. Bit hard to see behind those flames potentially though, and the hitboxes around those hay bales are notoriously dodgy. Doesn't look good for Flick, especially because that hay bale can be blown up as well. AAP, gotta look at them. Haven't lost anyone yet, but Algenbot's already in a bit of a pickle. A nice split, a nice pincer potentially from Alec. We've seen some real highlights from this guy across the tournament. He needs to show it now though. B2's already got the knock onto Nan.
He has. Textile getting peppered as well on the rotate and going straight in towards Archangel Predator. Shot Algenbots, didn't even give Textile a chance to fire a shot as soon as he got it out of that vehicle. The nade though from B2 finishes off Nan. Archangel Predator down to 3. They've got a knock, but still no confirmed kills. Sweet Soul on the move, B2 as well. Archangel Predator just honestly look a little bit disarrayed here in this fight. It doesn't look clean and succinct. And CJ now on the move. B2 doesn't really have the angle. Alec also getting out of here. Headshot onto Algenbots. If he gets knocked, that could be a disaster for Archangel Predator. Instead, he stays alive and is able to keep driving away. But away from the circle, out of position, not getting good position. Again, for Archangel Predator, it's been a disaster of a final day.
They're the ones we're looking at to keep this tournament competitive too. For the most part, if they slip, then that top 3 is locked in. Pindado's probably too far away. Same with Extraordinaire, confirmed with Extraordinaire now, so we need AAP to be able to do something. But I think fair enough to them backing off that. They just need to reset. Position isn't really a focus right now. Just reset, debrief, get everything in order, and then make the next play. Speaking of next play, this is SGD's. Push straight up towards Team Bliss. This is one of their splits too. One of their 2-2s, but very quickly reinforced. Excellently played so far from Bliss. Not a single one on this initial breach has gone down. They're just delaying time, spending time making sure SGD are completely occupied with them and the reinforcements arrive.
Get knocked by Zhao Hux and then actually traded by Killer Roo. Vantic X distance Balti. Would have been a long shot to hit that one. 2 up still for SGD. Healer goes for the revive. Frag grenade available for Monty. He elects to throw this one. He does to bounce it off. Is this going to be good? It does force him off of that res, and Nox goes down. It's a double from Monty with that frag grenade. He only had the one, but he made it count. Insight will finish off Snox and Healer, and Zhao Hux left 2 up now for SGD. One of the scrappier fights for Bliss, where they've only got the 3 kills, 2 players up. Monty and Insight certainly would be capable here. Blue Zone nades aren't going to be able to be good enough to really dislodge them from this position. Monty can go into loot mode as a double push is coming the way has the frag grenade pin. Xiao Hux with the seed swap into the corner as Monty wasn't ready though for the push in. Inside knows where exactly both of them are, but they can't line up for him. Healer, lovely shot to finish off inside. Not often that Bliss lose these kind of battles, but they do in this instance. 3 kills, obviously more than buying top of the leaderboard. But it is going to be a case of going out early here to SGD. 5 kills for them, who are pretty close to getting into that top 8. 2 points behind Zen Esports.
I feel like Bliss might have had that crossfire there set up. It feels like Insight was kind of the guy that you would expect to take first contact, and then the player sitting in the corner in Monty would then activate off his contact, and from there it's kind of just an easy cleanup, easy double kill for Bliss. But Insight was healing or stuck behind utility, whatever it was, he couldn't get the peek off. And it gives them a free fight onto Monty, and from there it's quite easy. It's just a straight 2v1, make sure you get that trade and the fight's over. So well done from SGD. Oh, Sands, you're going to stop peeking anytime soon? You're just going to keep giving him the shots. Nice 3-tap from 1-tap, but he was definitely kind of given that one. Sands' brain stopped working for a moment. He will get res, though. I think his helmet is completely gone. Antic X, they are fed again, and I feel like we've seen them in pretty decent spots in majority of these games so far. They just never convert them into good games. I feel like they always have average games. It's never something good from Antic X. It's always quite average. The only feed I can remember from them is that jungle gym feed on Miramar. They've been given a fantastic opportunity now, though. They're going to be dead center in one of those compounds that's got eyes on everyone rotating in. And then, of course, there's that massive hill that no one currently claims.
Elgin Bortz and CJ both wiped out, so for AAP down to just 1 in the blink of an eye. Again, it's another disaster of a game. I mean, they had that massive game on Erangel, Russ, where they got 16 kills along with that second place finish. But since then, and also before then, that's the biggest issue. It has just been nothing. 15th, 10th, 13th. Previous game wasn't ideal either. Now into Vikendi, it's looking like another wasted finish. It's been a rough living for Archangel Predator, and maybe another tail sign is the fact that they've not found a win this entire tournament. How often are you going to see teams qualify in a top 3 position without finding at least 1 win? It doesn't really translate often.
Yeah, only rarely do you see that. Very rarely. Panic on the edge of the zone, gatekeeping thrusts, who have noticed that and are going the opposite direction. Pindado's taking down Big Boy Maka as well. The rest of Odium off in the distance. Maka wanted space, control, something like that. Completely punished for it. This is Pindado's gatekeeping their own edge, extended a little bit outside the safety of the white circle, but won't really matter. And the emergency parachute coming in from Immunity. This hill, it's always gonna, in a zone like this, it's obviously gonna have priority. And you can imagine someone getting on top of that. Yep, there it is. It's Sweet Soul up here, and he's got to be very careful not to die. I think he can prone and mostly survive for as long as he wants, as long as he doesn't get himself knocked. There is actually quite a massive LOS to his left, but I'm sure that'll be fine once the circle gets smaller and smaller. Odium more woes as well. Pindados continue to rip them apart. Crazy 9 with another one. 2k calories, and the rest of Zen Esports pushing closer and closer to Immunity. They kind of want that high ground.
Invis knocked down by Crazy Knight. Hatchy trying to also now get rid of Repugnance here with the mini. Leading shots, headshot lands, one more, no. Repugnance will be able to survive.
JO's coming.
JO is going to be right in front of him. Carbs also trying to pot these shots. JO now can get the finish. No, Hatchy from a distance, and in the end, Odium wiped out by Pindados, almost 300 meters, and they crack triple digits now as well in 5th place, and only 17 points behind Archangel Predator. But Archangel Predator are not inside of the top 3, so they are not a primary target.
Jake, is it happening? Is Pindados doing it? Are they making that comeback?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, is there enough games left? FTF, for example, 4 up and Panic 4 up. That's the issue. They're the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
So they're 23 points behind from the future, but FTF are still up, 4 up. Can it very easily go and collect even more points from this game? Albeit this circle now moves away from them. They're on the south side. This is also probably not awful for Pindados, as they've got themselves out on that eastern rotate. If it's going to happen, they're going to need FTF to really struggle in the next games. Like in this game, in Miramar, and then maybe they could do something.
At least this game round, I feel like FTF spot is a lot worse than Pindado's. Pindado's can play that eastern side of that huge hill in the center right now, but FTF can't really do that. They don't have that luxury. So they've either got to wrap behind Pindado's and take the fight to them once Pindado's are set up, or they've got to kind of just go straight north and they'll be fighting their way through, let's look, SGD, VIP, potentially Panic, Anti-Gex inside the compound as well. If they land themselves on top of or in the middle of that huge hill in the center of the zone right now, they could get shot at from a distance. So it's looking kind of rough for FTF, but see if they can pull something out of the hat. Alec, the last one up for AAP. Just get as many points as you can. As many points as you can. That's one on the board. Just get as much as you can, my friend. That's really what you need to do. Separate yourself as much as you can from Pindado's and get yourself as close as you can to top 3. FTF being pretty silent this game. If FTF were to deal any damage this game, it would have to be huge. It's one of those games that's a hard-fought potential win for FTF. The opening could be disastrous, but Suspect misses the spray and Happy's got the trade.
Rick and Happy, yeah, both down at the moment. Well, we did say for Pindado's, they'll need FTF to have a bad game from here. And so far, it could be the case. Samoy is trying to salvage this, got the headshot, but eventually got eliminated anyway.
Just like
Dusky,
that.
the benefactor for Panic to wipe out FTF. Despite the fact that Panic themselves aren't going to get much from this game, at least knowing full well they've wiped out from the future. 6 points the difference as PB actually goes down. Extra point there for FTF.
What is this?
But it does mean for Pindado's 25 points behind, and there's a lot of points they could gain from this match. Alex still alive, don't count him out. He's got this kill on to Blessed, and handy point here. Now the pull up from 6, but it's clean with the FAMAS. That's not too bad. Archangel Predator go all intent, 121 points, 6 behind FTF, and a door has suddenly opened ever so slightly for Pindado's Esports now. 4 kills, 4 alive. More importantly though, the gatekeepers are all gone in this game. Alec gets another one because of the bleed out onto Maxorus. So AAP go to 122, 5 points behind FTF now.
Not a bad job from Alec to just get a couple more points at the end there. Boomies have been here for a while. Chelia opens up onto Nicel. He goes down and out. The other ones for Zen are off in the distance. Pindado's take out the bear as well. That
it's not
potentially could have been dangerous. Look, it's not good.
Not good.
In fact, I'm trying to, in my head, play devil's advocate, figure out a way that Pindado's can come out on top here without losing a bunch of members, but I'm looking at a pincer play potentially from SGD. Maybe Zen get involved as well, but this is Zen coming off the top of the hill, so maybe Pindado's have less teams to deal with when they push up. Just that immunity presence on top of that cable car roof, and then SGD if they want a third party. So still doable for Pindado's, but I don't think it's going to be super clean. I can see them coming out of that with only 2 up. It'll still be decent. They'll still claim a few kills, and they'll have that high ground to work with as well, but keeping 4 up in a game like this is really what you want.
Dubs has gone to the very, very south side. SGD kind of give away their position, top of the cable cars, as Sweet Soul is quite literally on top of it.
Yeah, he's prone as well. No noise.
2 up for immunity, B2 close by, and Pindado's have gone for a southern rotate, not electing to go up to the north. Maybe anticipating that compound to the south for Antic X could be an entry point in if they want to take that fight, send a crash. B2 got a knock on to 2k calories, long distance away, of which calories, by the way, is by himself, so this should be a kill confirmed for B2 and immunity, which, if that does happen, would overtake them against Boomies, and will do so. 55 points now, and away from the bottom 3 for what feels like the first time in a long time. Ty is being shot out by Speedy, but Boomies are very much 4 up and could very easily get out of this bottom 3. E2D will also bleed out to heal up. 21 players alive. There's only 2 teams that have got 4 up. Sorry, 3 teams. Antic X, Boomies, and of course Pindado's Esports.
That's a good job from Boomies. They realized that Zen was a threat. They obviously had eyes on them coming down off the top of that hill, and then they allocated 3 members to dealing with them swiftly, and they didn't necessarily wipe them out, but they did enough damage. Just Ken's alive now. That's all Boomies really need to do. Pindado's getting knocked by Healer, though. They've decided to make that push towards that hill. It is a very long-range nade. Hachi sitting in some sort of a bowl, and Healer chucking it into that bowl. Gets that knock. Nothing to be had off of that either. SGD can't really push. They've only got 2. I think SGD know about immunity as well, so they know about that third-party potential. Pindado's don't really know about immunity. I don't think so. They do now. But a quick trade, I don't even know how that came out. Crazy Nine immediately on that Sweet Soul trade. He was on high, remember. Hachi does get flushed, though.
Yeah, Sweet Soul's not getting revived. It's impossible. He's pretty much dead to rights up top. Not being able to get revived, so that will be a confirmed kill for Pindados Esports unless somehow it gets stolen. You can see B2 now the solo for Team Immunity. Couple of shots towards Boomy. Chalia able to get them back onto B2 to get him back down. 19 health, trying to fire back, loses the battle though. Chalia wins the straight up 1v1. Crazy Nine gets the bleed out kill onto Sweet Soul. 104 now for Pindados.
Look at this.
A down player.
Never mind.
There goes Dusky for Panic Esports. They're out 134. 12 points is still the gap to AAP. It's been 12 points for a little while. 2 games to go as well, and 12 points is not a given. Crazy Nine getting pushed. They need to win this battle. Player knocked though still, and a big knock. 1 versus 1. Jo with the Org and the 2 times. The Zhao Hux is close by. Does he have the information? He does, and he wins it. He can get the revive onto Crazy Nine. A big win for Jo and for Pindados and into the final 4 of this game. But they are beaten up. They are wounded. They are very much not the team expected to get much more from this position.
No, especially with Anti-Gex hot on their tails too, immediately out of the compound, pushing up towards them. They would have been counting the kill feed too. Not much else you can do while sitting in the compound. Just make sure your numbers are correct. Pindado's down 2. And that makes the decision to make the push that much easier. Sa almost lost his life to Dusky, healing in the blue. But Dusky mistimed it, so Sa survives and puts himself closer to the center of zone. Boomy's in a fantastic spot, by the way. Not quietly either. They've been very much present, and another one onto Fury Oz. VIP trying to set themselves up nicely in the center, not being allowed though. They've put themselves in the line of sight of the 2 strongest teams in the lobby in Anti-Gex and Boomies, and in doing so, Sa is now the only one left alive. 2 up for Pindados. They're going to go off to the north, so they've left Antic-X alone, which is actually quite smart, but they haven't been silent about it. In fact, Jayo is pulling up very aggressively. This could either end beautifully or disastrously, and no matter what, I think Antic-X is going to want to third-party this. Fluky losing 1. Crazy Nine going on that wide flank too. Has to be clean. Got to get at least 1 here, otherwise this 2v4 doesn't really pan out the way Pindados want it to.
Boomy's out of the bottom 4 as well, shifting up that leaderboard and away in front of Trident. Sa eliminated. Top 3 now for Pindados, gets them to 110. 17 points behind FTF 2 games after this. It's doable, mathematically. They'd love a little bit extra here. But they are so far in a bad position in terms of the numbers. 2 up. The position itself on this hill isn't so bad if Antics and Boomies fight. Instead, though, Sands gets the knock onto Crazy Nine. All I can assume is he peaked this.
Yeah,
and did he really need to? Maybe not. And now, Anti-Gex feel like they can really take this position of the hill.
Only 1 player to deal with. If they do this cleanly as well, then Boomies doesn't really have any pressure towards Anti-Gex right now. Boomies want to get the pressure towards Anti-Gex, but they can't really. Jayo's going to put himself in that line of sight. Now Anti-Gex should slow it down. Slow it down, my friends. Don't get over-aggressive. You wipe the team in front of you. Just get the lines of sight you really need. Make sure Boomies can't get up close. Be careful, just in case there is one up close. There is. It's Speedy. Make sure you've got that left, got that right. Lock this down. Make sure there's nothing that they can do, but Chelia has escaped their lines of sight. He's got that timing, and he's got that knock too. Opened up onto Miller. Miller completely exposed too, and he's got LOS with trees and with bushes to try to get this flush. Not anymore, though. Punier's founded him. Speedy's got the flush, though. Speedy now known. I have to question that. Speedy could have played a pivotal role in this fight moving forward, but he secures the advantage, at least for Boomies.
Yeah, really smart play as well from Antic-X to take this hill, understanding it was probably going to be their win condition. Regardless if it was a team with 4 or 2. I think they made the right play. Flashes out from Speedy and took
oh my god.
But watching and helping out Punier was Sands. I think Speedy just got a little bit bloodthirsty. Completely over-aggressive. Will get punished for it. And suddenly, Boomies are a little bit split now. Speedy dead, gone. Chalia stuck at the rock. Basically on a bit of an island as well. And suddenly now becomes a 3 versus 3. Antic-X, you win this, you can propel yourself up that leaderboard, get closer to more money, and being able to solidify in the money, which is very difficult to do right now, because then to Zen Esports on 84 points, all the way up to Extraordinaire on 98, it's very close, and they're smack bang in the middle of it. Hell yeah, they're stuck. So it's up to probably Fluky and company man to help him out here.
Speedy throwing his life away, essentially. Not ideal. Make that push in the cover of your teammates. He was confident, got to give him that. I guess he had Chelier to back him up, but Chelier had a bunch of pine trees in front of him that he couldn't really see through, and timing wasn't really correct. But it's decent enough for Boomies. They've still got high ground control on these roofs. They can take the fight on equal standing to Anti-Gex up on this little hill here. And Chelier, it looks like he'll make it back. Granted, there is that gap between that little valley that he's got and the compound. Shots will be taken, but I think he'll make it in safely. None hit, and even if they did, I don't think Punier's got that knock. Would have had to hit a headshot and a body shot. Company man down to 56 HP, and he's lost his vest too. That'll certainly play a factor. He's the one up here as well. He's going to be the target. Target without a vest, not super ideal. This is going to go down to Phase 9 potentially. Phase 8 should just center up, should just keep these guys more room to play with. Less room to play with, but still not the kind of circle that will end this game. Phase 9 after this, though, certainly.
Yeah, not really much for Anti-Gex to throw this away with the high ground advantage. Surely the onus is on them to close this one out. Boom is obviously doing a really good job to get a bit closer onto this kill. Try and fight for position. But Anti-Gex is certainly in the better of the two spots. Even though it's a 3 versus 3, there's certainly favoritism from here, barring, of course, the initial first contact, which will be important for Boomies. Must win it. You can see Chelier just creeping, trying to find some information, seeing if anyone's flanking. But he knows for a while, if he just pushes up this hill, he's probably dead.
He's so far back, though. It's odd, right? He's so scared that Anti-Gex have such close control now, finally stepping up a little bit off the back of that flash, clearing it diligently, but backing off again, losing that space. It's micro space, granted, but it's probably valuable information at least. Anti-Gex kind of in the same boat, though. There's the center of this zone that these guys are just toying with. They're just flirting with it. They don't really want to play with it. You can see Anti-Gex have an opportunity to chuck themselves in the center. They're going to lose that car. I don't think it would have had too much of an impact, but there is that bowl just past this massive sign here. There's that ridge. Anti-Gex probably in prime position to take it and have someone from behind cover as well. If they wanted to get a surprise pick, that might be the way to do it. I'm not sure the timing is correct for them. Information gathered as well. Killaroo with that bolt. See him with that bolt all tournament long. And to his credit, he's been pretty consistent with it.
Oh, Chelier, a little moment there to hit that headshot. Now, this is kind of just extended out a little bit. I mean, two teams that clearly don't win all that often. You don't want to make a mistake. And then Punier opens up with the kill onto Chelier. I think it really highlights the difference, though, between the teams that are on the sort of lower under the leaderboard. If this was Bliss in Anti-Gex's position, they probably would have won this about 3 minutes ago. But Anti-Gex just clearly don't want to make a mistake.
Yeah.
They understand they've got best position, and they've got best position. They don't have to do anything until the end. And finally now, because the game is kind of pushing Boomies a little bit closer to Anti-Gex, now they're getting into positions where they can get these angles, get these knocks. Chelier got back up though, but Killaroo punishing Fluky. And finally they get the job done. I mean, a really well thorough won game there from Anti-Gex. I mean, it's very easy to kind of just sit there and be like, oh, they could have won this 3 minutes ago. And they certainly could have. But they also did the right thing by just playing patient. They had the best position. Boomies were out of position. They were not going to be able to do much from there, barring an Anti-Gex mistake. So what do Anti-Gex do? They just don't make any mistakes. Yeah. Really, really concise win from them. Obviously, these guys are super, super talented. I think we've seen these names for such a long time now, Russ, but clearly this tournament, they haven't quite been able to piece it all together. That win, though, really highlights what a mature and experienced team they are.
Yeah, I mean, you put it perfectly. It's a spot where, as long as as a team you recognize you're in the superior position, yeah, it just comes down to not making any mistakes. And they don't make any mistakes. In fact, they open it up with a good nade. They kind of get that information on a couple players playing that low left if you're looking from Anti-Gex's POV, and then off the back of just one nade, all it took was one nade, they get that knockoff off Punier, and then from there, they know how to close it out. And even in those final stages when they're pushing towards Boomies, it's not just all on aggression that could throw it away. It's still very measured movement.
Yep, interesting game. A lot of the top teams didn't really have too much of a say in it. Pendalis Esports, though, of course, gave us a little bit of a show. 17 points behind the top three with 2 games to go. They're certainly still in around the conversation. It's all a little bit provided as to what happens in the next game, though, of course, which will be Miramar after the break.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Seventh round will coming down to the last two matches, done with Vikendi and now over to Miramar for our last two games of this grand final. And it's been one to remember, Ross. It's been close as always that we typically get here in SEA and or APAC. And of course, still a couple of challenges on the ropes. When you look at Pendados Esports, 17 points, they're not that far away, but ultimately it still is down to the same group of teams that we've had arguably since the start of the night. Panic, AAP, FTF, none of them have really been separated, and none of them have been able to really truly cement themselves in position and say, hey, the gap's too big, we're going to be fine. That hasn't happened yet. 2 games to go.
Yeah, they're also the 4 invited teams, which, I mean, on paper, we're getting what we were kind of promised, I suppose. I mean, you look at those point gaps, we're in that territory, not this game. Close to it though next game, where yes, we start to think about that hot drop potential, but right now Panic, FTF, AAP dangerously close. Panic have a little bit of a buff, and this is when I think yes. Oh, they haven't?
No,
actually maybe you're right. Either way, Panic will have a buff. Yeah, either way, Panic will have a buff.
That hasn't been updated because Pendados were far closer now after that previous game, where of course now it's only 17 points to them and I believe FTF. So but it's still same conversation clearly, yes, and obviously it hasn't really changed throughout the night. I mean, AAP's the weird one. They had that massive 16 kill second place game, and everything prior to that and now after that has just been like 1 or 0 points. Like they just cannot find consistency. They can't find these kind of like standardized points per games where they're getting like 5-6 points. It's either go big or go home, which ironically is kind of a change up with Panic, where Panic was that big or go home, but tonight they've actually been ultra consistent, where I think Panic have been able to, through the first 4 games, find themselves consistently in the points and getting good points and getting that scoreboard ticking over. You got to remember that at one point they had a tiny little deficit that gets overturned. Now they're 12 or 13 points. I think now 12 points clear of AAP in 4th. So they got that 12-point cushion. But with 2 games, 12 points really isn't a whole lot. And then that leads us to that conversation that I kind of brought up midway through Vikendi, which is, do you start to think about camping rotates or hot drops? 2 games to go. You're into Miramar. Do you even try it right now? Do you even try it in game 5?
No. You see what you can do now. You see what you can pull off now. You make that point gap as big as you can or as small as you can, depending where you are on the leaderboard. And then going into the final game, then of course you can think about those hot drops. It's something that I'm excited to see, but there's another game we've got to get through before we can potentially see a hot drop. And I mean, this one will still be incredibly exciting because, yeah, like you said, there are teams like AAP that haven't really lived up to their name, and they've only got a couple more chances to do just that. We need big games from these big teams, and it's a massive map in Miramar to do it. Lots of barriers for these guys to cross. I said at the top of the show that Miramar is one of those maps where it can be a little bit 50-50, not because the teams are bad at this map, but because sometimes the way the terrain works, it just so happens that you're kind of pulling at those extreme ends of luck, right? And you can get stuck outside the zone. Sometimes you have to send it into Lost Leones and you've only got so many options, and then the circle goes away from you. Sometimes you just end up in a field and you're stuck behind hay bales with cars. You play your absolute best to try and maximize what you have, but Miramar oftentimes is just this unrelenting map that says no to you over and over and over again. But we're not at that point yet. The plane is just crossing the open fields.
Certainly is. As we head into Miramar, it is a 53-point lead for Bliss to second place, 2 games to go. So they've locked in first place. Panic, 7 points to FTF, but that's largely irrelevant. The difference between second and third is simply down to money, which honestly for these teams, it really is probably a secondary factor to actually qualifying for the APAC quals. And so therefore the real gap is to 12 points to Archangel Predator, who are more than capable. We saw them get that 16 kill second place earlier today. If they can replicate that again, that's more than enough to dislodge those above them. But we just haven't been able to see them do that consistently, or even show signs of being able to do that consistently. Then there is Pendados Esports, 110 points, 17 behind from the future. They may have to have the same conversation. Do we get involved now, map 5, and try and hunt down FTF? These are kind of conversations that will be had, but not necessarily followed through with.
If you're Pendados, you could potentially think about doing a rotate camp but I think that's about it. Don't really want to do anything more than that. If you're Pindados, you still need that massive game, right? To break that 17-point gap. But one of the ways you could do that, especially to open it up, is by camping and rotate, especially over a competing team. Boomy's in a nice spot. Company Man has one of the most ideal spots in the game, awaiting his teammates to group on him as soon as they've got all the loot that they could possibly scoop up. Thrust down there in prison. Very interesting, but they're close to circle nonetheless, so they'll be happy with that. They're probably thinking about taking an emergency parachute up until that zone popped. AAP, Trumasera, Jake. It's not central, a little bit off center, but they've got access to that high ground. They've got access to some priority positions. It's a zone that often ends around that Trumasera area. So you can start to think that AAP might be in it for a decent game here, as long as they don't throw it away on rotates or anything like that. They don't lose 2 members to an FTF suddenly rotating in from the north or anything like we saw last night. So potential for them. FTF, by the way, they're looting Monte Nuevo, kind of close to the circle, close to AAP as well. And there's no one in front of them when it comes to circle priority. So FTF should get a free shot into the center of zone. Same with AAP. Boomy's already there. Thrust quite close. It's leading up to potentially an exciting mid-game.
Yep. Yeah, fun one here for us, for the players. Well, it's debatable. I think AAP, though, more than happy with the Trumasera circle to begin here phase 1. Of course, their direct rivals, FTF, not really in a bad spot. Monte Nuevo, kind of north side of this circle, can actually go on that western highway, rotate in, and get themselves into a good position. Panic on the other end, though. Al-Azhar with Antic X close by. So this could get interesting. Not too sure if Antic X are aware that Panic are creeping into their location. Well, Punye's aware now. He's just spotted Dusky, and he's done a quick little turn around and said, all right, hang on, we're getting pushed here. What's going on? Why are they over towards Al-Azhar? Well, Panic are making their way in. Maybe sensing an opportunity for a 2-2 split Antic X to collect a couple of points. This is an interesting way to think about modern PUBG, but it might not necessarily be about catching. Oh my god, I thought that was Pippi for a second, but it was light work. Still, with a scar, it's a headshot, and it's an easy kill onto Sands. He's probably wondering, what the hell are you guys even doing? But it's an early kill for Panic, 135 points. And this is where it really comes down to doing your homework. If you know where teams are looting and how they loot, and they're 2-2 splits, you don't have to go after FTF and AAP if you Panic. You can go after these kind of locations, knowing full well that Antic X are going to be doing a 2-2 split. Overwhelm them. It's a 4-on-2.
Yeah. I feel like it's very opportunistic from Panic, and they went straight for the car as well. Straight for where they know the Antic X players are going to be. AP rotating past. Maka doesn't hit the shots, or at least enough to knock AP. He gets out of dodge. Groups up with Da Vinci down the road. Opportunity missed for Odium. And the rest of RFC are actually even further down the road towards the center of zone. So no more worries for AP. No one else in front of them for them to come across. And Thrust is going to leave the most southern island. I'll take one of these bridges and get towards that mainland. What do they have in front of them? Like, they've got RFC, and that's kind of not ideal for Thrust right now. That's the spot you want to at least start your journey into the center of zone from. Honestly, it's a spot you can probably sit at quite nicely. At least for phase 1, but RFC currently occupied, and that's very unfortunate for Thrust. The timing just not going in their favor. RFC still moving around though. Maybe an opportunity for Thrust to take advantage of a team who hasn't fully set themselves up. I don't know how Jervis got knocked. I'm going to assume it was Crazy 9 from distance. He's got 14 bullets in the mag, and he's looking that way. So I might just give him the preemptive nice shots, even though we didn't see it in the kill feed. He did knock him. Thanks, Prod. Very good. Nice shots from Crazy 9. On top of the unplayable, that is a lot smaller than it was previously, unfortunately. But still very, very dangerous for the Picardo team. They've got to look forward to teams potentially being up there, players being up there, especially if you know they loot power grid. More car troubles for Odium.
Good news for Odium, though, is they've doubled their overall points from the first 2 nights tonight. Arguably, again, yesterday they only had 3 players the whole night, but hey, it's something.
Yeah, it's been rough.
Little wins, you take that, yeah, and yeah, it's been rough, obviously. Rust just barely holding on to a top 8 position, 92 points at the moment. Good signs from them this tournament, but probably lacked when it came to mixing with the big boys. In terms of their ability to find consistent kills. They had the wins early on. They were able to get those chicken dinners. That's just one side of the coin when it comes to PUBG. SGD coming out of Picardo now. VIP just in front of them, and a little bit to their east is Extraordinaire, who, yeah, a little bit disappointing tonight. Probably expected a little bit more from them. They were certainly one of the teams they kind of would have hyped up. 93 points coming into tonight, Russ. 5 points through 4 games.
Jeez.
Big drop off for a team that was honestly looking like full ahead of steam. They run into tonight a first with 11 kills, fourth, ninth with 5 kills, first with 11 kills. That was their little 5-game run heading into tonight. That set them up in a good position. They were only 2 points shy of third at one point coming into tonight. That is the gap in which Extraordinaires found themselves in. And they've been obviously incredibly overtaken by Pendados. Pendados came into tonight on 66 points. They're on 110. They have dominated tonight.
Yeah. And it might just not be enough. It'd be so rough. You start to think about the what ifs and what could have been. Maybe not right now. That's a decent start to their game, though. Holy, just like that, 3 kills on Immunity and Textile, immediate 180. And then he does a 360, though. He might come back and take the fight. SGD, VIP going at it as well. 1 down on both sides at the moment. Looks like SGD on the low ground. VIP with a fantastic opportunity to potentially claim these kills. Chazzy needs to get involved, though, off in the distance here. Expecting him to push up, potentially take this knock towards Snox, and then that's that pincer maneuver finish. That's that pincer maneuver finalized. Okay, of course it's Cal. Of course it's Team Bliss off in the distance trying to get involved in this as well.
Dominic coming in a little bit late, but yeah, Taz is going to have absolutely no idea. Snox underarm nade. Cal gets caught onto Tazzy. Tazzy had absolutely no way of really being able to react to that. He's completely by himself as well. Extraordinaire. They too are also kind of sniffing around this. SGD going to need to make sure that they are clean on tap. Going to get tapped away. And only Furiols remains for VIP in their quest for top 8. It's going to come to a short finish here for map 5. They're going to have to do something crazy in map 6 if they're going to have any chance of taking home any of the prize pool for finishing inside of the top 8. Waika Kabuka has been an utter solo the last couple of minutes here in that position. Still another minute until phase 2, but it's all kicking off in this particular location over towards the east of the circle, pretty much to the east of Chumacera. Still 60 seconds until phase 2.
Extraordinaire want a piece of the pie. SGD, I'm surprised that they've lived for as long as they have. Healer makes sense to me. He's in that hard cover. He shouldn't really die, but Snox and Zhao Huck sitting inside this little bowl here. Yeah, they've got that shack to work with, but it's so exposed to utility. They put some smokes up to cover off different angles, but you'd think Extraordinaire to be able to get one of the remaining SGD players. And then, of course, you've got that pressure from Cal up on high that obviously maybe makes it harder for Extraordinaire to get these kills. And yeah, he's still solo. He's got Insight off in the shanties behind him, but he's not focused on this fight. Insight is letting Cal do exactly what Cal wants to do right now. And to be fair, it's not like they can put any foot wrong. They've done what they needed to do this tournament. Decent spray, decent bullets. They do eventually land. Snox does go down. Extraordinaire now looking to potentially steal that now that they know that's happened in the kill feed. But they've lost 1 too. Just a little bit of a prolonged scuffle between a few teams here. Off on the side of zone that doesn't really matter anymore. We could even see Zen get involved as well.
Now Huck's finished off by Hao. And right into this dust storm, suddenly now visibility is basically 0.
Yeah.
There's like 5 meters in front of you, and that's about it. Cal on an island by himself, but still alive. It's still more than fine. Finally, the dust storm will move away. Obviously, for that phase 2 circle, kind of cuts out half of Chumacera. Probably won't be a super important point of interest. Spray from Hao will get the final kill onto Healer, and SGD will bow out in 9th. Despite the 3 kills, they are also just falling short of that top 8 position alike with VIP. Mirage, 6 HP, and on the side is still alive. How? Well, honestly, probably should have gone down, and eventually does because Flick got the final shot to land with the mini on the 6 HP Mirage.
Landed himself on top of the car too as soon as he pressed F, Ori, whatever your bind is. Ended up on top of the car, and you could use that bit of anxiety for a moment, thinking the car's going to explode and just instantly kill him. Looks like he'll survive, though, I think. Last one up for immunity in Textile. He's just going to submit himself to a little crevice in the rocks, but doesn't realize that FTF is close by. So if he sits there, he's certainly dead. He's going to move on, maybe try for a different crevice, try for a different little hole in the side of the massive unplayables here. But he's going to find Alec. Alec's been consistent throughout this entire tournament. Can he hit that spray? It's a 3x, maybe not ideal. Algenbot's not in a position to help him with that either. So Textile gets out of there. That's actually really unbelievable that Textile lives there. Maybe he won't be allowed to the DMR shots from afar. Nope, he's still got out of there.
Under a minute and a half till phase 3. Right now, a lot of the action over towards maybe the western side now. Valdemar has seen a lot of teams come out of it. Bendados being one of those. FTF close by. The south of that as well, on that southern highway, it's Trident and Thrust. We're Macra and Odium. As Miller trying to make the great escape here in the blue. Cunha with a knock on the Suspect. Panic don't really want to be taking these kind of fights. Now losing Suspect. Okay, not ideal. They've gotten the 1 kill early on. Remember, of course, it was on to Antic X, and so a little bit of redemption here for Antic X. Maybe not really taking too kindly to what Panic actually did to them. Back over towards Al-Azhar in the looting phase. Antic X has probably made it their sole mission to say, well, you know what? You're going to do that to us. We're going to ruin your chances, and you've got a lot more to lose than us.
It's in blue as well. It's phase 1 blue, so you can tank it. Or phase 2 blue, sorry. So you can certainly tank it. But not ideal. Panic gonna get out of there. I mean, that's what has to happen in one of these fights in the blue. Similar situation to just hot drops. It's either you end the fight as quickly as you can, or you go your separate ways. No one really coming off the victor of that one. Time wasted, resources wasted, losing 1-2, position given up. And now we move down to Trident versus Thrust. Jeff through the window, tried to get something done, but the gun raise kind of costing him in the end. He's got to back off at the backside of this trailer. Nate almost catches him, but I think it landed inside on the other side. His teammates are behind him to help, but he's the only front man. Mirage is trying to potentially get across, but he's copying bullets from somewhere else. It's just Jeff right now taking this 1v2 all by himself.
Axaros with the vault out. No one, though, to punish that. No one on a bit of an angle for Trident to do anything there. Phase 3 circle. Yeah, has gone south. Has gone into the water. Now, mind you, we also now know where phase 4 is going to be, which is basically Odium and Refined Clan. It has to go up towards the largest portion of land now for phase 4. And so obviously the players are going to be aware as to where people will go, what are going to be the key areas. And while the phase 3 coverage doesn't look great, it will remain roughly the same for the next 5 or so minutes. So there's enough time for players to kind of figure out where they want to go, where they want to be for P3 and P4, then worry about phase 5 later. As Lightwork just able to stay alive on 6 HP. First aid kit will get popped. Dusky's close by to Monty. Monty's in front of him, but also driving a vehicle. Obviously now one player down already.
Textile again.
Dish is looking for the montage play onto Textile, the solo driving through for team immunity.
That bike's been so reliable. He's gotten him so far.
I think he's made it to a shack.
Yeah. I think you're right, on the side of that hill. On that circle pop, I mean, there's a few teams you think are already kind of set for the late game, Odium being one of them. RFC, if they're able to survive on that hill, and then Zen Esports as well. They've got control of that long building just down by the eastern side of the coast. So those guys kind of set themselves up nicely, inadvertently off that circle shift. And FTF and Trident getting into it. Important points for FTF to maintain their spot in third. Pindado's coming in behind as well. I thought they were going to go out into the blue to get on into a emergency parachute, but they haven't. They've come back. They're fighting their way through that blue. And honestly, probably good for them is there's a dust storm going over. So information cannot be gathered for everyone else. They've got to do it by ear. It's like night driving. Just look in front of you. Hope that there's some lights you can use to guide. Stop. No information to be gained, though. Very close to zone. They've actually gone to the most southern island. I thought they came back on the north, but they've opted to the opposite play.
Yeah, and they're in the blue as well, so they're taking quite a big chunk of damage. You've got to remember, for Pindados Esports, like, they really do need to keep that gap closing rather than keeping it as it is. It really does probably need to come down to single digits going into the last game after this, as Dusky will go down to Akita. Bad to worse here for Panic. I mean, they've got themselves a tiny little cushion where that going into the last game, regardless of what happens from here, they are certainly going to be more than relevant being able to try and confirm top 3. The question will be, what kind of lead will they have, if any kind of lead, as all 4 members of FTF and AAP are still alive. AAP have actually just emergency parachuted in towards the center of the zone. Carbs has been eliminated. I think we might be saying goodbye to Pendados Esports, as there is a bunch of fights happening on this phase 4 circle shift, which has gone to Refined Clan and Odium. Axorus is also now knocked to Fluky. Boomers and Thrust fighting northern side of the circle. Killabrew coming in behind this. Bliss going for a rotate. You just saw momentarily Pivy on your screen deep in the blue. Panic are in an awful position. They're out. They're gone. Monty got the kill. Lightwork also then went down to the blue, and so only 1 point gained for Panic this game, which was the solitary point at Al Azhar when trying to take out Antic X. Talk about the irony for Panic. They got that 1 kill and that's it. 135 points and a very high likelihood that From the Future is going to overtake them now. 4 kills to the good for them. Happy will make it 5. Now only 3 points behind Panic. And AAP has suddenly got a pathway back into the top 3 this game. Only 12 points behind Panic. 4 players up and a great position inside of the zone. Dead center as Joyo and Pendados make the push. On the right side of the staircase, they get Cherry. Crazy 9 confirms the kills, and here comes AAP.
They've landed themselves in and around these dips. They had really no other play, no other spot that could not only win them the game, but allow them to survive. If they went towards the coast, that'd be them submitting to defeat. So they plock themselves in the center of the zone. RFC, Zen, they all lose members, but AAP don't. And that's incredible. Off the back of an emergency parachute, when you're landing on the high ground on top of this hill, everyone's going to be looking at you. And yet they have 4 people alive now taking the fight towards RFC. RFC have been corralled back into the compound. They are afraid of AAP. That could cost Da Vinci his life, and it absolutely will. Now it's just 1 up for RFC, and there's no way that AAP don't continue to push this, don't continue to take control of this game and take control of that compound. That's a high ground compound. That's hard cover that they can work with. They can take the fight to the rest of the server from this compound.
Gal knocked down by Fluky. Akita's able to keep the fight going strong though for Team Bliss, as AAP now up to 4 kills, closing that gap. Single digits. It's only 9 points now to Panic.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't even have to worry that much about FTF. Even that is only 6 points, but FTF are looking strong themselves this game. So really, it's all about what's Panic going to be able to do in the next game. Suddenly, that lead, that cushion, it's evaporated again, as it kind of did back on Erangel. Panzerfaust in hand for Murayama. 5 kills for Extraordinaire. It's a nice knock for Kens. He'll get the follow-up as well. That thing is just so annoying. Nothing Kens could do. Extraordinaire with this game have also cracked triple digits, but they are far too far behind for top 3, not in that conversation anymore, and a massive feed now onto AAP. Now, mind you, they got into this compound by an emergency parachute and then cleared out the team that was in it. So they've earned this.
Absolutely. FTF as well off to the western side. Competitors right now for AAP are in a fantastic spot too. It's not like they're going to have too much to worry about. They will be on that low side of the hill. Boomies will be able to peek over towards them, but they'll be able to survive at least. Potentially even find a timing onto moving up towards AAP. Textile finally taken down, and it was by Pendados as well, who were the team to destroy immunity earlier on. Divine intervention, unfortunately. Akita down, Odium getting into the mix too. They've been in and around this circle the entire time. One of the teams that off the bat had a better spot. Zen down 2k calories, couldn't get anything done there. Murayama incredibly aggressive. Solo again for Extraordinaire. I feel like, again, he's the guy that's always last alive for Extraordinaire. I don't know whether he baits what it is, but he's always last up. Monty and Odium now going fully at it. He's got support with Insight very close to him, and Cow is acting as the far back cover, but I don't think the angles favor Cow very much. Akita now down and out. Does that dissuade Team Bliss from continuing to make this push, or do they now back off and just stop Odium from getting into the zone? Do they gatekeep them now that they can't go for that res?
Look at that top 5 on the leaderboard. 4 of those teams still alive. Panic's the only one that went out early. Everyone else has absolutely picked up points. 7 kills for PE, 4 for AAP, 5 for FTF, 5 for Bliss. Unfortunate though for PE in that AAP and FTF have had good games here, because obviously they kind of needed those two to have bad games. 15 points behind From the Future. Pendados also only with the 3 players. from the future, though, and Archangel Predator really punishing Panic's poor match, in which they'll be questioning probably their decision to go over towards Al-Azhar and try and screw with Antic X. It has backfired. So one more game after this. One last match to be played after this game. And it is very much going to come right down to the wire as to that top 3 position. Alec knows that JO's down below. Hatchie spotted in the vehicle driving on up in towards his position, but shot back by Crazy 9. The timing on that is brutal. And Hatchie makes it.
Pindados have these positions locked down, so it's well split from Pindados to make sure that all of these unplayable angles from AAP are going to be locked off. As soon as they go for that peak, Crazy 9 has you. Hachi's now on the low ground. If you want to overextend and try and peek towards his teammates, then he's probably got you. It's almost forcing AAP to focus on fights that they're not even really focusing on taking. Crazy 9's now moving away from that angle. It's out of blue. That's information given to AAP and a potential opportunity missed. Hard one to take hold of on that rotate for Crazy 9, but nevertheless, AAP still taking this fight. I mean, that's the threat. They clean out Pindados now. Not only does it alleviate pressure on the leaderboard, but it alleviates pressure this game. That's their biggest possible threat. FTF, they're looking at them off in the distance, thinking maybe they could make a move, but not to be just yet. Maybe when Pindados get involved, Crazy 9 down low, this could end up being quite easy for AAP.
Yeah, and I think PE lose this battle. They're probably going to be losing any kind of chance of top 3. They're going to have to pull off something extraordinary. Player knocked, but not confirmed. And AAP now more so moving for zone. I mean, unfortunately for Pindados, yeah, it's a very difficult position to play out of, but you're going to have to make the miraculous happen. At the very least, kind of hold on. Even if you just kind of split, rotate, get out of here. You don't have to take the fight with AAP full head on. FTF with so much space over towards the western side, but it's not really inside of the circle anymore. Phase 6 has not been kind to these teams. AAP, though, sitting pretty. And of course, FTF now only 1 point behind Panic. And so a world in which AAP go and have a massive game here, it will likely be Panic that get dropped out of the top 3.
I mean, Panic could get knocked down to 4th, depending on what happens here. And then the mathematics plays out. Cal getting aggressive onto Odium. It's been brewing for a while. And Cal finally, he was the guy, he was the anchor all the way off in the distance when this fight first started. He's moved up now and claimed 2 kills for himself. Maka has no option but to back off, yeah. That's why they pick him up. He make those plays for you. Entry fragger, essentially. Humbled a little bit though by big boy Maka, but traded out immediately by Insight. The duo for Bliss is so good, and here's Alec, again, consistent all tournament long, and finds Crazy 9 on that angle.
Yeah, really smart, knowing full well that PE had to basically push up either side, got in behind them a little bit somehow, which is insane for Alec to be able to do that. He's had a good tournament. It's arguably been Algen Bots, though, who's been the real standout for
true.
Archangel Predator. Tied top kills with Monty for the entire tournament. He's been the big one, but Alec has certainly been kind of like the next in line, the top support with Algen Bots.
Love watching him.
I don't know, though, if Pindados are going to be able to get anything else from this game. 120 points, 15 now behind Panic and FTF. 1 game to go. Happy tagged a little bit. Hatchie then now finished off by Insight. At the very least, not feeding a kill over to AAP and or FTF. 4 kills for Archangel Predator. And now 6 points behind Panic. And JO finally eliminated by CJ. So, the biggest challenger dealt with for AAP and FTF, and of the 3 out of 4 teams remaining, they're all in the top 4 of the leaderboard. Boomy's the outlier, but now getting pushed on by From the Future as Trick, trying to make his way up this terrain, sort of shotgun in hand for Happy. You should know he's going to be behind this vehicle. Don't even check it. Massive misplay. At this level, at that moment, incredible. Samoy, though, with the quick trade onto Chalier.
Close.
Well, might get punished by Fluky. Fluky hasn't actually been knocked. Never mind, he has from behind. Insight. And eventually, we'll get the finish. Samoy with the kill onto Speedy. Boomies are out. FTF up into 2nd. And Archangel Predator are 3 points away from Panic. Again, 1 game to be played after this. It's going to come down to that last game.
Absolutely. Team Bliss making their way towards FTF as well. Monty, he's the back marker right now for Team Bliss. putting his eyes towards AAP, but there's not much he can do. If AAP decides to just full brute force push towards Monty, he's certainly going to get overwhelmed. We know what he can do, but AAP has 4 sharp fraggers. Monty will be in for a world of hurt. And meanwhile, Y-Kick and Inside have put themselves underneath FTF. Smartly so, because FTF are outside zone. They have to move themselves in. If they go high, I believe AAP will be able to see them. If they go low, then Team Bliss will be able to see them. So it's another kind of strategic masterclass from Team Bliss that is just awaiting execution. Whether or not they'll be able to pull this off, whether or not FTF actually go towards them. It looks like they're going low. They want to take the fight towards AAP. I think they realize Bliss has a lot of control on that north, so no point. But these are cars being moved. This is information being gathered for Team Bliss. They can flank FTF on this rotate down. I think they've got a couple members still up here, maybe making sure that Bliss can't flank them, but Bliss certainly aware that that capability is there.
50 seconds until phase 8. In terms of who really needs the most out of this finish, it's probably AAP, because I mean, well, mathematically they're still out of that top 3. If they were to go out here in third, get no more kills, they would actually be outside of the top 3 going into the final game.
Ooh, yeah.
They have the most to gain from this. FTF though can also gain a lead now on Panic, 4 points clear of them. The really difficult proposition here. I mean, obviously, if you Panic, you need Team Bliss to win this game.
Yeah. Yep. Hit 200 points as well. Oh boy, Jake. One of those moments where the first team to take a fight might be the one that loses it. And as soon as I say that, AAP opens up, but it's from a distance, so maybe that's not the case right now. FTF still quite silent over on that western side, but this fight will probably rage on at a distance. The war of attrition between Team Bliss and AAP. Now that they have these lines of sight, now that they have full information on where these players are, I don't think they're going to stop shooting at each other. Not Team Bliss, at least. They've got nothing to lose right now. They can take these fights all they like. That's just practice at this point for Team Bliss, but practice that's hurting AAP in the long run. I feel like AAP have that option to back off down towards the south, but they know very well, just as much as we do, that if they do that, FTF will be watching. Team Bliss applying so much pressure to AAP at the moment.
Trying to find an angle, same with Elgin bots. Really is just kind of a wait and see, as you said, as to who really kind of takes that first contact fight and then the third party to follow after. No one really wants to, you know, over position, be out of position. And obviously, from Bliss's perspective, they're the ones that are down to 3 players. So like they've got less of an incentive to be the ones to dictate the end of this game. If you're down to 3, you're going to be a little bit more defensive. And even then, they're still kind of the aggressors. Insight available there to be shot at by CJ. Led 1 tag, but no more. This one does kind of feel like it's going to come down to phase 9. Monty holding the angle. Good position for him. 1 frag grenade, and that's all. But he knows they're kind of directly in front of him. From the future, haven't really got moving from this western side. They're not really in the best of positions either. They get a whole lot of shots in. The question will be more so the cross. Can they run over to this position, knowing that these 2 teams are starting to fight? Nan, knocked down. It's Cal that gets the opening knock. Suddenly now 3-on-3. From the future, though, can get themselves into a position where they can be the benefactors and third party this fight.
They've got that massive value to cross, though, do FTF. But with that knock on none, they can actually make that happen. And it's full aggression now from Team Bliss, as FTF is going to make a play on this. It has to be now. It's trades all around for Team Bliss and AAP. And here comes FTF. Alec doing work, but oh my god, he's actually got Team Bliss down. It's FTF to win the game. And CJ's
going to just die to the blue to deny all of those points. That is actually quite massive, Russell. You know what he's actually also just done? He's given, because FTF could have actually probably stolen all of those knocks too. Had they actually pushed over quick enough to get the kill, and then kill the last player, they would have got even more points. So from the future, get the win, but a lot of points there denied by AAP. They're more than happy with the way that game finished off, and we have got ourselves that 3-horse race for the final 2 spots going into the final game. Very much though, Panic have dropped out of that top 3 after succumbing early in that last match. They had a very questionable decision made early on to try and go after Antic-X over towards Al-Azhar, knowing they got the 2-2 split. That didn't quite work out for them in the end. Antic-X did not take too kindly to that, hunted them down, and they were a big reason why Panic went out. Bliss get the, well, they don't get the win, but they get the large amount of points. And as you kind of mentioned, they had already crossed over 200 points from 15 games played, or whatever we're at now, 16, 17, I don't even know anymore. But an incredible end to this one. AAP second, 8 kills. FTF first, 7 kills. Panic could not have had a worse result.
No, it's disastrous for them, and it's fantastic for FTF, obviously, off the back of that win. I mean, that's just momentum going into the last game. I'll be honest, it's just so much confidence now that you've created a little bit of a buffer. Pretty sure they're locked into second. Honestly, I feel like...
You reckon they're locked into second?
I feel like if we're going off pure intuition, I feel like the other two teams are going to be so caught up with dealing with each other that FTF can just run away with it, especially if there's that much pressure on the teams in third and fourth that FTF are just going to have a free ride in second, because obviously that third is what people want now, right? Second it's not necessarily a priority, it's just third, and so FTF can probably just get away with the free game if it pans out linearly, but I guess we'll have to see.
And we will have to wait and see. It won't be quite that simple. It would have been very easy to say Panic would have been looking pretty comfortable in that top 3 going into that game, and lo and behold, they're now out of it. One match is all that remains now for PUBG Challenge of Rumble 2024 Stage 1. At the other side of this break, we will conclude this grand final tournament. It is very much down to 3 teams for just 2 spots to see who can go to the PGS APAC Qualifiers. Don't go too far. It's Miramar. It's the final game of the grand final on the other side.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Challenge Rumble 2024 is turning into an absolute banger. Well, it has turned into that banger. It is now the final game, Russell. One final game to determine who's moving on to the PGS APAC Qualifiers. It's taken all the way, 17 matches played, 1 to go, and we still haven't decided really 2 spots. Blizzard, they're through. They're getting top spot as well. They're going straight to the finals. It's the other 2 spots that are up for grabs. Panic now find themselves out of the top 3, but only 1 point behind AAP. From the future, 9 points clear of Panic. Now, you said second spot might be fine, but Panic had a 12-point gap to 4th going into that last game, and they ended out of the top 3. If FTF have a bad game here, get nothing, and both AAP and Panic have good games, they too could drop out. The other thing to keep in mind, FTF do have placement points advantage over both AAP and Panic, and will remain that way even if Panic go and get a win, they'll still be tied on points and such. So something to kind of keep in mind when it does come to a tiebreaker. From the future are ahead in that regard. They also are kind of ahead in terms of the points, right? So if you were to be a betting man with that win for FTF, they're probably in the best position you can be of those 3 teams. And AAP and Panic, being only 1 point separated, are basically tied.
Yeah, I mean, call it a crazy prediction, call it arrogance, call it whatever you call it whatever you want to. I'm not certain. I mean, obviously anything could happen, and mathematically FTF could easily lose out that second position and fall into 3rd if things were to not go their way. But I'm really confident in the fact that they have it just intuition based. I don't know. Can I say that as kind of like a hybrid caster analyst? Can I just say it's just intuition that I think they're going to be able to lock it in based off a bit of consistency, and AAP and Panic are going to struggle to try and find something this game because they kind of need to go out and look for it. It might not be that traditional game of PUBG for both those teams. They might have to go out of their way to pull off a certain few plays that might net them those kills. So call it intuition, arrogance, whatever you want to call it. But I think FTF, they're in a really good spot to come second here.
Yeah, I think also when it comes to AAP and Panic now, they don't have to go into that conversation regarding hot drops, camping rotates, or trying to mess with the other team. Because it is only legitimately 1 point, you can kind of back yourself in, or at least you should want to back yourself in to be able to go and get what is required in the final game. Yes. AAP have already shown us so far tonight inconsistency. Their best is probably, I'm going to say this, their best is better than Panic, but they haven't shown us their best in a lot of these games at the end of last night and now into tonight, outside of like 2 games. For Panic, they have shown us that their best is really good, and if the others slip up, they'll be more than good enough. But they've also shown us now tonight that they've got a bit of that consistency. They've improved dramatically coming into the final night. First 2 nights, I think Panic were great, but they had moments where they would go out and get very little points. Yes, in that game of Miramar, we kind of saw that again. And that's something that kind of reared its ugly head where it's like, oh, they only got that 1 point. But I do wonder if that was more because Antic X were a little bit annoyed about the shenanigans that happened at Al Azhar.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Panic, it's funny because their playstyle is super central, right? A lot of the time, and throughout this tournament, we've been a little nervous when they've gone on rotates because that's how they end up having bad games. But it's almost what they need to do this game. I mean, for both them and AAP, you put it bluntly, and I will echo those statements. They just need to play the best game of PUBG that they can. Nothing super special. I do think that they need to go out and try and best the other team. I do think that they probably need to expose themselves a little bit more and try riskier things, but on a micro level. If you're sitting in a compound 4 up, then maybe you go for a push to extend out of that compound that you wouldn't usually go for, something like that, rather than anything crazy macro-wise. But I think just because they are so close, you're right, we're not going to see any hot drops or rotate camps or anything like that, I don't think, but they certainly do need to try and go out there, again, at least in that micro sense, try and get something done.
All right, it's the big dance, the final dance here for the grand final PUBG Challenger Rumble. It is match 18, last game of the tournament. You make top 3, you move forward in the very extensive qualification pathway to PGS 3 and 4 APAC. It will be the PUBG APAC qualifiers. You miss out on top 3, and essentially a big chunk of your year is now done. That is just the nature of the beast right now, Russ. And so it comes down to this one game. I hate to bring it back up, but I kind of have to. But 1 point is all that separates these 2 teams.
Oh no.
There was a man in which you probably could have gone for a couple of kills, which was Pivy. in that game against Bliss, back on Tago, he decided, hey, second's good enough. Shots in the air, pew, pew, pew. Could have gone for a kill. It's very easy to get a knock into a flush and then you get traded. He didn't go for it. Does that come back to bite them? It's not something they'd be thinking about right now, but it is something that they will think about if they miss out by a point.
It certainly will be. I don't want to think about that right now. That'd be so rough for them. But yes, it certainly could become a factor, especially if it's both cold games for both of them. Maybe they just get that one kill. Maybe, you know, they only get a couple of kills and then that's it. And then, of course, it does come down to that pivotal decision from Pibby.
Unfortunately, we did have a lobby issue getting into the final game. Of course, it is PUBG after all. But hey, the suspense is something that we can live with for just a little bit longer. We're going to go to a short break. When we do come back, though, straight into Miramar for the final game of PUBG Challenge Run.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tago. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back to PUBG Challenger Rumble. It is the final match coming up very shortly here into Miramar. We will be going, and obviously we've kind of beaten this to death, and really Russ, more than anything, just kind of want to get into this final game to really see how it is going to be finalized. Who is going to qualify for the PGS APAC quals coming up, which is going to be obviously stacked. We've already seen it, and it's going to be somewhat similar, I guess, for those that maybe watched the PUBG Asia Super Cup, which happened earlier this year. It'll be kind of a similar lobby to that, and that is a pretty high level lobby, as the APAC region as a whole, when you think of Thailand, Vietnam, has been now a bit of a staple at like PGC, for example, where they're actually making really big inroads and impact in grand finals. And so this region has just continued to improve exponentially. Who's going to make it? Well, Bliss certainly will. They're locked in. They're going straight to the finals. First spot, it's done. The other three teams vying for the last two spots, though, they have got one final game to obviously lock in a future, if you will, and to be able to play a little bit more PUBG esports over the coming months as we head into Miramar for the final time. It's been a pleasure. It's been a great tournament as always. 18 games seems to be that beautiful spot, hence the grand finals. Typically for PGC and PGS is usually only 18 matches. It just seems to be able to give you more than enough, where if you're really, really good, a la Bliss, then you're going to be more than fine. If you're really bad, you can clearly see down the bottom, you're going to struggle. And then it allows us to get the rest of these teams pretty close in numbers. I mean, even like, you know, 11 to 7, for example, is separated by 10 points. A lot of those teams in the middle of the leaderboard as well. At times, various points throughout this tournament, Thrust, VIP, even Zen Esports at one point was hanging around the top 5, all had a pretty good tournament at various instances. So it's been a really good balanced lobby.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it. It's been pretty spectacular so far. In fact, this lobby, I feel like we've had a few less shenanigans than we usually would have in an APAC lobby. I feel like we've got entertainment in the form of better PUBG, but we're missing a bit of that personality, man. But that's okay. I'm okay with that. If this is the standard of PUBG that's going to be played leading up to the most important tournament of the year, then that is okay with me. I feel like let's just remind everyone what's actually on the line for the final time, because again, this is the final game if you're just joining us. Number 1 is Bliss. They go straight to the grand finals of the APAC Qualifier, the qualifier that leads into PGS 3 and 4. So they're already there. They're already in that grand final 16-team lobby. If you are 2nd and 3rd, you go through to the playoffs of that APAC qualifier. So that's just essentially another lobby that you have to play through to get to the grand finals of that APAC qualifier. But if you don't make it there, then you don't make PGS 3 and 4. And then, of course, there's the monetary gain. From 1st down to 8th, you get a little bit of cash. So that's everything that's on the line going into this final game. And maybe dignity and pride and maybe even the rosters are on the line in this tournament. Who knows? I mean, look, with that massive break you keep mentioning that I'd honestly forgotten about going into tonight. But with that massive break, if teams don't qualify for this, oftentimes you will see rosters moving around, shuffling, rosters breaking up, and it's fully understandable. If it doesn't work in a moment like this, then maybe you just have to go back to the drawing board.
Now, we also should continue to give note to Pendados Esports. Only 16 points behind Archangel Predator. Now, what would basically be required for them to sneak into the top 3 is essentially Archangel Predator and Panic to get nothing this game. Like, they, let's be honest, they probably would need nothing. Pendados then are more than capable as a team, as a roster. We've already seen it this tournament, in previous tournaments, to be able to then overcome the 16, 17 points required to get into the top 3. So that's kind of what needs to happen for them, which unfortunately, as you can clearly tell, means they need a lot to happen that's out of their hands.
Yeah, it's way too much to happen that's out of their hands. Still doable, but yeah, that's a few teams to have pretty terrible games, which is very unlikely. But this is the first maybe sight of teams that just want to take some fights in this final game. There's not much on the line for these guys, although that 8th spot prize money is certainly doable for a team like VIP. And Extraordinaire can certainly fight for that 5th spot prize money if they wanted to, but or keep it. Okay, did he? He did spot him, dude. I thought he alt-tabbed and then didn't see him. Spray comes in. Is it good enough? Lucky headshot. Last bullet. The entire mag. But one tap goes down. Man, that was. What a way to start the final game.
Yeah. Now, one thing I forgot to kind of mention, which honestly, when we had the little rehost there, we probably could have touched on it, but the Miramar split. You kind of mentioned, I mentioned Erangel at the start of the night and how good Panic were on Erangel. And I wanted to obviously have a little look at their Miramar, because it comes down to this final game, right? And they need some points. They've only picked up 27 points from 5 matches. So that's an average of about 5 a game, right? That probably might not be enough. When you take into account Archangel Predator are essentially tied with Bliss for being the best performing team on Miramar, around that 11.6 total mark, Bliss at 12. So you can, it's a 2-point differential between them. So you can basically give it. And then FTF are in 3rd on 50 points.
Yeah.
Big differential here as B2 is going to get caught by Bless. Obviously, these kind of fights now we probably don't really pay that much attention to. Immunity are in the bottom 3. Thrust, well, I guess they are on that precipice inside at 8th right now, wanting to hold on to some of that money value. As one tap will get eliminated by Murayama. His tournament is now over. So 1 gone for VIP, 1 gone for Immunity. As Textile once again making a mad dash on Miramar. We saw him on Viking in the last game. Now driving up a hill. Never a good feeling when you're getting shot at and you're slow. And you're trying to go up a hill and you know you're vulnerable. He does make it. He does make it alive. But yeah, so Miramar hasn't been a map that Panic have done well on. And you honestly aren't surprised when you saw what happened in that last game.
Gonna have to change that narrative. Flip it on its head. I'm trying to think why Miramar would not suit Panic's playstyle. Can't really put my finger on it. Whatever it is, they've got to figure it out. Change it up. Actually, honestly, never mind. Scratch that. Don't change it up.
Maybe it's too much to risk if you change it up fully right now going into the last game. You need only a few points realistically, maybe, if AAP don't start to have a good game. So just get yourself into the zone and play some standard PUBG from there. Don't mind, scratch that, don't change it up. That could end in absolute disaster. So hopefully they don't also crumble under the pressure. I mean, that's one of the other things, right? If you're the IGL, if you're the players around you, you have to keep it calm, keep it cool, keep it collected. Make sure your decisions aren't influenced by emotion, but that is a lot easier said than done, especially from the caster seat. So I will...
It's not just Panic. It's AAP, it's FTF as well. All three of those teams right now. I mean, their mental dexterity is being tested here.
Yeah.
Not just even in this game, but really even coming into the night. I couldn't even imagine. Carbs, hang on, he got taken down to literally 2 HP. Head got ripped off there by Jeff with the M4. But I couldn't imagine, you know, as a player, I mean, this is kind of what you live for, right? You want to be in these kind of games. And there are some players that kind of get amped and pumped up and think, man, what a close game. And maybe I'll be able to, you know, separate it. But then there's others that are going to be like a little bit nervous, a little bit shy of what's to come coming into tonight, how close it is. You know, you don't want to make a mistake. But then if you have that thought process where you're like, I don't want to make a mistake, I don't want to make a mistake, you probably then either will make a mistake, or you're probably not going to do much anyway, as Boomies and Immunity somehow once again find themselves entangled, this time on Miramar Textile, sitting inside of a building. Probably feels like he's got like a tracking radar on his location. He's like, how are they here? Why are they here? And Charlie's got 2 nades, and the door opens up, and he comes out. He heard the frag pit, and Charlie still gets the kill, and then the nade follow-up. I mean, that's is just not it for Textile. Immunity down to 1 remaining.
It was quick for Textile to peek on that nade pin, though. That was smart, but then didn't land the shots. Chelia was so quick to get him. And yeah, what you were saying before, PUBG is a game of confidence. That's been the narrative this whole time with PUBG. The best teams in the world are unfazed by the circumstances around them. And right now that needs to be those 3 teams. And Pindados, to be honest with you. They need to have it's a different mindset for Pindados. They're climbing. They've got nothing to lose. But for Panic, AAP, potentially even FTF, if things don't go their way, yeah, the mindset might be engulfed in nerves. Panic rotating through the sandstorm at the moment. Right now they're clean all the way up to the northeast of El Pozo. No one in El Pozo apart from 6 shots on the complete opposite side. And the church above them is entirely free as well. It's not necessarily a spot I think I want to see them take just for information. I feel like they can go much deeper, get to the edge of El Pozo, and then use the edge of El Pozo for information, which I think is what they're doing. Driving straight through El Pozo. Got to take some balls to do that, but I think the plane path... Well, the plane path was right above El Pozo, so scratch that. Maybe they're going to have to take their time, thinking that maybe people are still left inside El Pozo. Maybe still looting late or using the edge of El Pozo as a scouting spot, the same thing that Panic wants to do. But either way, we move to Rems. Blessed is very close. Is Blessed a known factor? I believe so. I believe they both know each other's there. Blessed is getting shot in the distance now. This has to be back off time for Blessed. I feel like you can't stay here, especially if that's Immunity, the teammates. That's full information given over to Rems. But they're both backing off. So neither of them want to take that fight. And I have to think that those shots were from someone other than Team Immunity.
Yeah, 9.5 minutes in. So 30 seconds until phase 2. Right now it's been anything but action from our top 4. Rams is the solo. Obviously knows Blessed is close by. Strange old tournament for Immunity. Like you're in the bottom 3, but you got 56 points. And probably just a couple of games here or there from placing a little bit higher. It's a solid team, good roster. Unfortunately, we do bid them farewell. Yeah, bottom 3 for Immunity as we go to El Pozo.
Oh boy.
What a finish. El Pozo Fields, more importantly. Love the position as well for AAP and also probably FTF.
And Panic.
Again, I mean, well, Panic is in El Pozo, but again, I'm going to ask you this question right now, Russ. How many times have you seen a team win this kind of game when you're in the main city?
It depends. You got to get to the edges. If Panic can control the edges of El Pozo, make sure they've got exit plans. So if it does shift off them... Not that they need to win, but yeah. No, not that they do need to win. But if they can get to the edges of the city, control those edges, make sure their backs are entirely clear, that gives them full information forward. If it does shift away from them,
but also playing on the edges, and then if it envelops into the center of the city, then you're still playing through the suburban terrain. You're still playing through all these buildings. So it's not bad for Panic right now. They just have to make sure they keep 4 alive. The edges, though, have already been taken. Not quick enough to it. Tried and have beaten them to at least that southern edge. They've had to back off to the center. And if Panic, I feel like if Panic want any chance in this game, they've got to angle themselves towards the east. Otherwise, they're just going to get stuck inside that city.
There is one positive, though. Close quarter fights lead to kills. Kills lead to leapfrogging into the top 3 because of that kill from Lightwork onto Cherry. It does, though, mean you're going to be taking a lot of fights. You're going to be very careful, because if you lose a player here or there, then obviously that's going to severely ruin your chances of being able to confirm that top 3 position. This can go very much either way for Panic. It's either going to be great, they're going to get a lot of kills and they're going to get top 3, or they're going to lose a bunch of fights, eventually get squeezed out of El Pozo, like a lot of teams, make a death run, and then lose players. Dusky with a knock onto Da Vinci. Nice Cell now driving on in. Panic are actually being able to find a couple of players here. They're pretty spread out, and a big double knock shot hucks onto Happy and Samoy. Big fight there for From the Future. They've been breached by SGD. Double knock. Orkran has 3 frag grenades. Important at the window. Snox, you can see the head. He just shoots the windowsill, though. He thought he could actually get the shots up, but the gun was never in a position to actually fire on the player. Zhao Hux with 1 frag grenade remaining. He does confirm Happy and Samoy. FTF may have 2 kills, but they're down to 1 player.
Oh no, Jake, I've eaten my words. I've eaten my words.
Zhao Hux
He's about to close it.
The trick is,
He's about to close it.
I told you, Russell, did I not, that this could happen? 2 kills for FTF, and suddenly now could find themselves out of the top 3, entirely dependent on what happens with Panic and Archangel Predator.
I've eaten my words. Never will I ever make a prediction ever again. Just dismantled by SGD. You'd think that because FTF were there to begin with, they'd be able to defend it. They'd be set up for something like that. But they weren't ready for it, or they messed up their nades. They did something wrong. They made mistakes, and SGD capitalized.
Man.
They should never, I feel like just on paper, looking at them on the minimap, they should never lose a crash like that when they've been there since basically C1. And yet SGD capitalized.
Yeah, I mean, that's now this game and their tournament life out of their hands. 10 points. It's not a small amount. And it's 2 chances, right? Like, Panic and Archangel Predator both need essentially 11 points as Punye gets the knock onto Flick. Because, if you recall, FTF have got the best placement points out of the 3. So 11 points is the gap for 2 teams. We'll see what happens, but right now FTF are going to be chewing their fingernails for the remainder of this game for the next 20 minutes. As Maxoris has finished off, circle shift, wow, right towards SGD, right to where FTF could have got a hard feed. El Pozo is absolutely stacked to the rafters. It is filled to the brim. And
look at Panic
are in the center of it and need to be able to get out of it and also find kills while there.
If they were quicker on the rotates or getting through El Pozo, they could be where Pindados is right now on the very edge. Be looking very nice. I mean, on a zone like this, you just want to be able to access those fields. That's basically it. Access those fields or access that hill that Trident's very close to right now on that southern side. Those are the kind of the 2 access points you really want to look towards. Fields may be the worst of the 2 options, but certainly you want to have access to at least 1. Panic doesn't have access to any of them. They got to fight their way through El Pozo right now. There is a little gap that they can take towards the silos, kind of in between those 2 points I was just talking about, but those silos are not ideal at all. You've kind of got to limit yourself a lot. I mean, they're circular. They don't really give you too much cover. They become viable once El Pozo's kind of out of the zone, but not right now. You won't be able to do much from that spot. And so Panic's got to bide their time. They're them being slow, I suppose, on their initial entry to El Pozo could end up costing them in the late game and costing them that 3rd spot.
AP pushing up for Refined Clan as Repugnance knocked down by 6 shots. The bottom 2 that meet Odium, though, coming off 2nd best. Tags landing on to Big Boy Maka. Dish able to land 1 onto Fritzl, who is quite literally stuck in that little divot. Molotov thrown out by AP. Has a couple of frag grenades. Those aren't going to be thrown in the direction of Disher. Showing Big Boy Maka, the last 2 up for Odium as Repugnance is knocked and in the middle of basically Big Boy Maka and Disher. So he's not going to get revived. He'll get finished off here by Fritzl. 2 kills now for Refined Clan, gets them to 31 points. And we go halfway through this final game after a barnstorming start due to the failure of FTF in that battle against SGD. I mean, credit to SGD. I mean, obviously the focus in the storyline will be FTF simply because of the overarching storyline, but it was a really good crash and send from SGD. Good knocks, good nades. I was honestly one of the better fights they've had all tournament long, and for it to happen in this final 18th match against FTF is very fitting.
It's sad, but that's often what happens when we get to the final couple games. The teams that really have nothing to lose end up showing their best, and it might be a sign that they were nervous or weren't necessarily playing to what they had planned throughout the first couple nights of the tournament. So maybe that's SGD's peak. We just never really got to see it. Speaking of peak, Fluky did it and got put down to like 1 HP. Da Vinci's might even get that follow-up grenade as well. He absolutely will. Refined Clan now on the verge of potentially winning this fight against Boomies. Distraction as well for Boomies in the background. Odium coming through. They're going to have to turn their heads, make sure Disha and Maka can't get anything done. In fact, they're making it very hard for Boomies to live here. Refined Clan, they'll be looking over these ridges thinking that these are free kills for us, knowing that it's a third party now. It's no longer just a 4v4. In fact, Mac is going towards it. Again, just want to take some fights, find some cover, get away from the blue. And he's done just that. Disha is down though.
I want your thoughts right now. Last prediction. Do you think FTF's going to be able to hold on here? Because honestly, I'm a little worried for Panic. Deep inside El Pozo, circle shift down south. They've got the 2 kills. But can they get another, you know, what is it, 10 points required? That's a lot that needs to go right.
I don't think so. I think this coming out of El Pozo without having Prio to do it first is so rough. Trident's going to put themselves in a spot like this. Yeah, it's a spot that Panic could breach, but probably not without any casualties. I guess we're about to see.
Well, a little bit of a pivot though. They don't go direct. They don't go straight for Trident. Now, never mind, they pivot again. But is that a position that you really want to be in for the longevity aspect of this final game? Arguably, it's in the open. Little drive-by is clean. Jeff gets knocked by Suspect. The one good thing Panic have done here, though, is they've lost no one. They've been very clean. They haven't had to use a lot of utility either. Good death crates as well now to loot, but shots immediately in their direction. I think they've already understood that, hey, that was a beaten up team in a bad spot. Do we really want to make the same mistake?
No, they don't. It's very heads up play from them to move straight back to those hay bales. Means their heads are screwed on, Jake, which is good for them going into this end game. Pindado's now making essentially their last hurrah into the zone. If they win this fight, they can potentially go on to have a fantastic game, make up that points gap, and have a run of the century, but they've got to win this fight against SGD. Jao Hux has given it up. What a bolt into that building. Certainly not expecting that. That Panzerfaust does nothing either. Jo through the window. He doesn't shoot the windowsill. And now it's all of a sudden down to Jervis. It's turned completely on SGD's head. Like, one player on SGD had all 4 of those kills. And Jervis now has to make it up onto Pindados.
Oh, gets one. As Panic have got a little bit of a car for it. They've got a 2-2 split. Snox finished off by Crazy 9. Yeah, you mentioned that run for Pindados would have to be so incredibly extraordinary.
Oh no!
What is that angle? Look at the distance, the little pink clan tags there for Bliss. That's a solid 500 meters away or so. Maybe not 500 meters, probably 200 or so. Jervis trying to try and sweep up. Still 2 up, 4 Pindados.
Oh, come on.
Driving in. Carbs is still alive. Jervis finished off by Waiki Kamuka. What is that, 250 meters? Yeah. Wow. And then they can get the revives now safely. 4 up, 4 Pindados. As there's a little dip here on the ridge for Panic. Need a northern shift. Don't quite get it. But they are still inside of this next circle. It's a reprieve somewhat. Phase 5 doesn't kick them out. They can also then play off of this edge for the remainder of the game because there's no one else coming in behind them. They are the victors of El Pozo. And they're 4 up. This has been perfect, and now only 6 points behind from the future because we're into the final 8 teams. Placement points are up for grabs, and even AAP, despite sitting pretty at the double whites, have now got a placement point and are now just 9 points away from FTF.
Seriously well managed from Panic so far. I thought leaving El Pozo would be a lot harder, but a lot of the teams that they had to deal with were already weakened, like Trident, who was incredibly clean to deal with, only 2 on that drive-by for Panic. So very well handled for them so far. Team Blizz are going to have a couple free shots at Extraordinaire as they rotate through, park themselves up on top of that hill. In fact, 2 went first, and there's 2 remaining. I wouldn't be surprised if these 2 remaining Extraordinaire players just get destroyed, decimated as they come in. Those those tires are going to be #1 target. Never mind, it's the head that's going to be the #1 target. Murayama will not be the last one alive this time round. He's down from Cow and that dragging off at that distance with that bullet ballistics. It's a very nice shot. Sa and the rest of VIP making it difficult for Insight to get the peaks off that he really wants to, but he's just going to change room.
Yeah, one thing I haven't really kind of touched on here, but at the double whites AAP, guess what? Who's north of them? It's Panic. If they end up fighting, that could literally also be the best case scenario for FTF. The winner of that would basically go through, the loser would go out. I mean, that's probably the gist of it, right? It would probably take a little bit more for at least AAP, but it would be, yeah, no, actually, it would just be the winner of it goes through, loser goes out if they do fight. Yeah. So something to kind of keep in mind. If we do eventually see a Panic and AAP fight, that is exactly what FTF want. If they separate, though, and don't meet up, then FTF chances, well, they are slim a little bit more. The other thing that could really help FTF is something like a Bless just pushing up behind AAP, getting a kill, and then eventually losing his life. But that brings them down to 3. That makes their chances a hell of a lot worse. Now, good news for Panic, they've got vehicles. Bad news is they've got to go somewhere with these vehicles.
Yeah, pretty much. They don't want to be stuck on edge right now. They could just sit here for a little bit longer, park their cars just inside the zone. They should be fine for the moment, but of course that wastes more time. Kills for AAP, very important kills for AAP. Certainly could farm. Nades are good. 6 shots almost certainly going to go down to a few more nades. Blessed activates. CJ down. He's got to get that flush too. If Panic got any chance of making this easily, he really doesn't want to go down, but he does in the end.
Oh no! I mean, I did kind of mention it. We got to see the POV of Bless that he could make that kind of impact. AMP lose 1.
Oh, that's not clean.
Almost lost the second. Nan just barely staying alive. The Molotov almost would have finished him. He would have got at least traded and revived, but Alec gets the kill onto Blessed. Thruster gone, center up again, onto Extraordinaire and Bliss's compound. Panic. Where do you go from here? Alive, gets back to the Murado. AAP are out. I don't even know where the hell they are in terms of top 3, top 4. I think they might not have been able to make it with Pibby being alive. Pibby is dead. Russell, I have no idea. But what I will say is I'm pretty sure From the Future have actually survived.
Yes. From the Future certainly have done it, right? Pindado's now making their final hurrah, but I think the points that Panic and AAP gained make it too much for PE to gain. I think that point difference for PE is far too much. If they win this game, it'll be a little bit of celebration, but then they'll realize that they just haven't done it. But are they really going to win it against Team Bliss? They've been indomitable this entire tournament. Akita has been put low. Jayo has to make this happen, and he does. The sort-off wasn't enough, but there's still 3 of Team Bliss to deal with.
Should add, by the way, as we get the conclusion of this game, but Panic will have the tiebreaker if they are tied at the end of this. They've got the better placement points, something to keep in mind. Unfortunately, the leaderboard breaking in the final game.
I love it.
And then a bunch of kills, but then placement points. I honestly don't know. As Hatchie's knocked by Insight, Bliss. It is so fitting, though, for the best team in this region, in this tournament, to finish it off with a 7-kill win. Team Bliss find another chicken dinner to take top spot of the PUBG Challenger Rumble. Sometimes with these tournaments in PUBG, Ross, it's very easy to forget about the teams that run away with these tournaments, but Team Bliss have been utterly dominant. They are your champions of the PUBG Challenger Rumble. So far out in front, by far and away easily the best team, no questions. They go to the finals of the APAC Quals. It's a matter of who goes with them, but I believe it should be Panic. 7 kills 4th, beats out 6 kills 5th. And I'm having a look. Before that was 1 point, the differentiating. It might be either they're tied. I don't know. I don't want to do quick maths. We'll find out when we actually get the proper leaderboard. Nevertheless, Bliss are through. FTF should be through, and we'll find out who's going to be 3rd. Russell, what a finish, though. And considering Panic were in the middle of Al Pozo, they did such a tremendous job to get to where they got to in the end. Of course, Bliss win this game. They win this tournament as well. Yeah. They do so by a massive amount. So many times in this region, it's always like a 2-horse race or a 3-horse race for top spot. This wasn't even a race for top spot. It was a absolute demolition derby by Team Bliss.
This was a absolute masterclass by Team Bliss, and I think if you go back throughout this tournament and watch their games, they are leagues ahead of every other team in terms of just playing good PUBG. I feel like in every respect they were just better, and of course the leaderboard's going to reflect that. But I feel like I just have to put a point on it because they were so damn good. The addition of Cal seems to have filled a role that I guess they previously didn't have, and with Cal now going out there and being that second voice within the team and taking a bunch of space within the team, yeah, Bliss look incredibly good, and that really raises my expectations for them going into the APAC qualifier and puts them not necessarily as one of those clear favorites because you've got Thailand and Vietnam, but certainly up there, fighting with those top 4, top 5 Vietnam and Thailand teams.
Yeah, an incredible finish as well to the tournament. We can always expect that from PUBG, Russell. When you get down to these final games, you got 2 or 3 teams all vying, and they're all on the same kind of points. There was also a moment where I thought maybe Panic and AAP might end up fighting each other. It kind of did happen in the end, but then Pivi survives, Bliss help out. It was all happening. Going back to the beginning, though, from the future, losing that battle to SGD after they got completely sent in. They had a great position. That position could have been a really good game for FTF, but then they lose that. I mean, imagine what is going through their minds as players at that point. They know full well the others are like, what, 10 points away? Are they stressing, or do they feel like maybe they've done enough?
No, they're absolutely stressing. They're stressing, and they're sitting in the middle of the game. They're watching that kill feed. They haven't left the game. They're just sitting there watching the kill feed as it goes by. Yeah, maybe not completely stressed because they were in an okay spot, but it's still pretty decently stressed. And I think thankfully for them, I mean, we'll confirm when we get the leaderboard, but yeah, thankfully for them, it seems like they've just done enough, even though it was a pretty abysmal hold from them in that final game.
Yeah, do apologize for the delay. Of course, we're just getting the leaderboard all but confirmed, so we've got 100% the right teams going through here. We're not sitting here making incorrect assumptions. It's very difficult when the leaderboard breaks. Now, because for those that missed yesterday, there's a glitch at the moment where a team will get eliminated, but the leaderboard doesn't actually say they've been eliminated. And what ends up happening, Russ, is the placement points then don't get distributed properly. And then that makes it very difficult to actually ascertain as to who's got the right points, who doesn't have the right points, and so therefore, it's a little bit more difficult to then calculate on the fly when there's a glitch in the leaderboard. Then the whole thing just completely goes away. And then both teams basically die at the same time. When the last time we saw the leaderboard, they were like tied on points. Yeah. It's really difficult to then actually figure out who's gone through. So obviously we're just doing our due diligence behind the scenes. Shout out to Prod. They're getting the leaderboard ready for us very shortly here. But obviously Team Bliss first. We know that for a fact. From the future, I want to say I'm pretty certain on that. I mean, I don't know how they would have got dislodged at the end. I think they were like 6 points clear the last time we saw the leaderboard, and both AAP and Panic went out pretty shortly after that.
Oh, I feel like... So I think they had 144. And then when the leaderboard broke, because I noticed it break, when the leaderboard broke...
I've got it. I've got the answer. Oh my God, as well. Yeah, okay. So we've got the update. I'm assuming we've got it. So it's actually going to be a tie for second and third at 146 points. AAP miss out by 1 point on the 3-way tie, despite the fact they had 100 kills. Under the old system, that would have been good enough to win the tiebreaker, but you can clearly see here, even if they had got to 146, they did not win that placement tiebreaker anyway. Well done to From the Future and Panic. FTF held on despite losing that battle to SGD by 1 singular point in the end. That is absurd how close it ended up getting. And Panic also have Team Bliss to thank, Russell. We got to see that fight at the end. If it wasn't for Bliss wiping out AAP, Panic would not have gone through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just how it happens sometimes. Maybe Team Bliss at the end there was like, let's go take out AAP. They're fighting for another leaderboard. O's Pride, something like that. I don't know. Maybe it would have happened. Who knows? But I think at the end of the day, Team Bliss, they dominated the tournament. They were on top of the leaderboard. I'm pretty sure the entire time, maybe bar a couple moments in the first night, but they have been absolutely incredible. None of them have looked off point. They have all looked like they have been performing their roles. Inside obviously has been a pretty stellar IGL. Cal looks like an incredible fit. And so absolutely congratulations to them as the champions of PCR.
Bro, their first 5 games, second with 8 kills, first with 12 kills, first with 8 kills, first with 9 kills, and then there was a 10th in there, but with 5 kills. That was their first 5 games. So yeah, they got out of the blocks, and they never looked like getting any kind of, you know, second or third place. They were very much first from the beginning all the way through. Looking forward to basically seeing what that team can now do over in the PUBG APAC qualifiers. Of course, that's where it's going to be even more difficult for these teams that have qualified. But of course, a big congratulations to From the Future, along with Panic Esports. Commiserations to Archangel Predator. Ross, we kind of said it back on day 2 that one of these 3 teams, great teams, is going to miss out. Unfortunately, it was AAP. It is what it is. Someone had to miss out. Someone had to be 4th, and by 1 point. It's obviously devastating. Give us your final thoughts as we wrap up PUBG Challenger Rumble.
Yeah, honestly, it might seem a little bit harsh, but I think Panic were just, I mean, obviously Panic were better than AAP by the judgment of the leaderboard, but I think AAP looked not as good as we've seen them in the past. So I feel like it makes sense that they ended up in that 4th slot. It's disappointing to see because we know their peak, but as a tournament overall, it's been incredibly exciting, obviously always down to the wire, and we love to see it like that. We can almost be certain of that when it comes to APAC tournaments like this, but it's been fantastic, not only to cast this, but to cast it with you. And it's been a fantastically run tournament as well. Apart from a few player crashes here and there, it's been incredibly quick. So thanks to everyone involved.
It has been tremendous once again for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. As always, it is fascinating to watch. Thank you to everyone for watching. A reminder that at the end of the month, of course, we've got the 8-pack qualifier now, PGS 3 and 4 8-pack quals, which is where you can see Team Bliss, who are straight through to the finals, along with From the Future and Panic, representing the rest of SEA here from PUBG Challenger Rumble. From all of us, though, of course, on the broadcast and behind the scenes, big thank you again to everyone for watching. It was an amazing tournament. Hopefully, doesn't have to be too long before we get to see everyone once again. But looking forward to the APAC calls at the end of the month. We'll see you guys next time.
He'll do it all himself. Flush has come out as well. And turn around. Are you serious?
Blue 12 clean with it. Should be an easy sweep. Coming in, though, from inside to save the day. That's an easy one with the Flowey. Oh, this is good. This is great. Second last is better than last. And Suspect, well, he'll look to good use. P90 sharp, though, from Nan. And he's actually the only one left, and he gets the double. But he grows up, eventually spotted. Iker, though, wow, what a firing shot from the water, my friend. That was strong.